444-444-5780.
We've been meeting with industries to see how we can collaborate in having a curriculum that is unique in order to provide them with the talents and skills they need.
Dr. George Nana, founding director of the new School of Engineering at the University of Missouri, St. Louis.
We were estimating to have about 50 students. That number was exceeded. So the demand for civil engineering or electrical or mechanical is very high.
The UMSL School of Engineering was launched in 2025 to educate professional engineers in the St. Louis region and beyond.
We truly welcome the opportunity to network with industries in developing our curriculum and how we can train students so that they can meet the needs of the 21st century.
UMSL Engineering, built for more. Built for St. Louis. Find out more at engineering.umsl.edu.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the healthcare evolution. 7 o'clock hour by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646 and by calling into the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. The program broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. And Doug, we had a smorgasbord of events locally last night. The question is, what is the lead? And Martin and I will follow your lead when you determine what the lead is. It's going to be cold this weekend.
You got a coffee mug over there, Tim?
I do.
You need to take a pretend sip.
Well, because the news is not so good with the Blues and the Tigers, I guess I start on a cheery note and the Billiken win.
I'm just warning you, I don't think that's going to play well.
Oh, why not?
They're 18-1. However, the coach said he was embarrassed after he said grade school teams don't make the mistakes we made.
I actually didn't have $1 on the game, but watched from start to finish. I enjoy watching them play. My analogy, do with it what you will.
Okay.
Maybe this will work for you or not, because I know we're going to go into Missouri and how that all played out last night. Pulling for the Billikens is like pulling for Indiana football. Pulling for Missouri is like pulling for Miami football. You follow me? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you? Okay.
Well, a little bit,
the analogy is, Missouri's going to do something to tilt you. The Billikens, when they do crap that throws them off, the coach is all over it. And last night, Dennis Gates was more focused on the officials in his post-game press conference. But with that all said, the Billikens did everything possible to lose that game. It was really alarming. The free throw shooting, that was like Missouri and Ole Miss a couple of weeks ago, just missing free throw after free throw. McCotchery is a real problem at the free throw line in general. When I was at one of the games against San Francisco, the moment he had the ball and San Francisco was fouling, foul four, get to McCotchery. It is well known that he can't hit free throws. Kellen Thames, who is a bad man, but wasn't hitting free throws last night. And then they just turned the ball over. They really put themselves at risk against a nothing team in Duquesne. And so good for Josh Schertz for calling it out, because that was a real dangerous situation and the kind of thing that if you don't get into the NCAA tournament, a loss at Duquesne would have been the big reason why. So they survive, Doug, survive in advance.
Right. I think maybe they were due for a stinker. They haven't really had many games this year where they just didn't play well at all. And this was one of them. And they survived it. So I guess that's the rosier way to look at it.
The thing is that they didn't really, they played bad in the last 3 minutes, but
They're up by 17.
They dominated the first 5 minutes of the second. And again, I realize what percentage of the audience actually watched all of this. I don't know. What do you think, Martin? I like arbitrary probabilities that we can't prove.
Percentage of this audience that watched the Billikens game on ESPN Plus, where they appear to have about 2 cameras. In my TV world, we're always looking for what we call a cutaway.
Oh, yeah.
Guy makes a basket, and you want
the hero shot.
Sure,
a
cutaway.
Yeah.
They don't seem to have the ability to do cutaways, and producer Dave might just break a TV monitor at some point at Fox 2.
He needs the cutaway, the scene setter.
But I will say, of this audience, 10%.
I was going to go 5%, so we're at least in the same range
probably so.
on that. So I recognize that. And so if you just look at the box score, like, ooh, they had problems, but they were up huge 2 different times. And the broadcasters, who were clearly from Pittsburgh, it's a local deal, even though it's on ESPN Plus, they're just like, God, we knew this was coming, and here it is. And I think it was 59-42, and then they just allowed them back in. And then they pulled away, and they were up big at the end. And they were like, well, it'll be a shame for Duquesne. Fans are leaving the building. And all of a sudden, it was a 1-point game. And you're going, what in the hell? So they did outplay the hell out of them. But it was the Billikens themselves that allowed them back in. Bottom line is, when it's all said and done, they got the win. I doubt many will be talking about this. And as Josh Schertz said in the postgame on ESPN Plus, better to learn lessons in a win than a loss.
And they're really lucky because they kept turning the ball over, and Duquesne kept missing shots. Duquesne had a ton of chances.
Yes, big time.
They would turn it over, and Duquesne would miss over and over again. It's one of those games on your resume, it means absolutely nothing. But if you lose that game, the committee and the world goes, ooh, you lost to Duquesne. So all you have to do is win that game. They did. He really wasn't happy, and he shouldn't. They just kept coughing the ball up. But again, big picture, you're 18-1, and a lot of the basketball pundits just look down and say, "Oh, you're 18-1."
Yeah,
they don't know that they pissed down their leg for a few minutes.
Yeah, what percentage of voters were watching the Billikens and Duquesne last night?
Well, even that John Rothstein, who's a big, college basketball insider, as soon as the game ended, he said, "SLU 18-1." So to all of his followers, they're like, "Wow, Billikens," and that is of value around the country. It is
as dumb as it is. It does. Same with the football thing. Blues suck. Mizzou sucks. SLU needs to actually play a ranked in Division I team. They all suck. That's evil Calvin in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
They're playing their league schedule now. They can't help.
Just keep winning.
Other teams in the league aren't that good. Yeah, I think most teams at some point of the year have a stretch where they just really cough it up, and that was the Billikens. And if that was it, maybe they're over it. They got through it.
Drink was in Cottleville last night at the Howell Central basketball game. He's clearly pledged his allegiance to the Superior Municipality. Suck it, Webster. That's from Gary Pinkel's cell phone etiquette, and it includes a picture of Eli Drinkwitz in the stands. So he chose Cottleville over Webster last night?
They got a player there playing basketball? They got a football player?
I'm going to say you're probably correct, Doug.
Francis Howell Central is Cottleville.
Now look it up.
At 18-1, is there really a shot of them not making the tournament at this point? That's from Thrill Fan 22.
Sure.
Well, if the selection committee announced the tournament today, the answer would be they'd be in. But seeing as there's other games left, and they have some road games, in addition to a couple of home games next week, George Washington on Tuesday night. Chuck Todd calls them the Revolutionaries now. And Friday night is TMA night at Chaffetz, as we will all be there, and they will celebrate this show. Being what Doug calls the greatest show of all time.
Well, I don't know.
On Friday night against Dayton, but they do have some road tests left.
Yeah, they do.
Doug, it appears Jack Brown, tight end at Howell Central, is a Mizzou recruit. I haven't gone deeper. I'm assuming he plays basketball, but he is a 6'5" tight end, so it would stand to reason he might also play basketball.
Drinkwitz must want him badly if he's going to watch him play hoops.
Let's see if he is committed. He's got interest from Alabama. Never heard of them. Auburn, Florida State.
I was watching that Billiken game last night. My wife walked in and said, "Why does this look like a high school game?" The production was awful. That's from Tom Baranski's Batwing.
Okay. Yeah, we struggle with this at work because we get mad at the production, but we're grateful that it's on.
Absolutely.
Sure. And I think the fact that you can see it wherever you happen to be.
We're just kind of in the early days of every single game being televised somewhere. And right now they only have a couple of cameras. But give it a few more years, and they'll have twice as many cameras. And I expect a lot of these games will look like pretty close to what you see on the network.
Maybe,
hopefully, anyway.
If there's any revenue. I don't know if there's a...
But it doesn't cost much. It doesn't cost much to put up another little camera these days.
Kwame Voyukas IV says, "Good morning, Jackson."
What up?
Papers is here. Welcome to the conversation, Jackson.
I feel like you're a little frantic this morning, so I haven't brought you in just
You
yet.
got a lot of housekeeping over
He's
there.
busier than a one-armed paper hanger.
I was like a couple minutes later than I usually am today, which put me behind everything. And
Up late last night chasing that ass?
no chasing ass.
Up late last night watching the Gers.
Well, yeah, that took a while. It's nice to go to the replay booth every 5 seconds.
Don't get angry.
College basketball sucks that way. It's so annoying. So like 10 minutes behind, I couldn't finish what I was going to finish right before I got in here, and so I had to finish
I'm
it in
sending you
here.
Nevin Shapiro podcast TikToks.
some fruity language in there that I have to
You might be
clip
getting
out of
on
there.
Twitter with a notes apology soon.
Yeah, so some work to be done, but no, we're good.
I'll leave you be.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, we got a 4-hour show, but
I'm good.
do we have Nevin and Lebatard? Have they
Yeah.
chimed
You better
in?
believe it, Martin.
Okay, I
We got all
cannot.
these.
This is what I was doing all day yesterday.
I cannot wait.
One of them does not want to continue to exist. That's a theme. So we'll have that for you coming up on our Polos Plus dossier. Stiefel, now the sponsor of the studios here on TMA. And we welcome you to participate in the program so many different ways. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, and then you can open up your YouTube app. You type TMASTL, and you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with many friends. 6,000, I don't know how many, 6,000 some odd subscribers subscribe to it. 6,450 subscribers. And just like the Jeffco Hunter, Ghost Stick, Kitty Bates, and the Devil's Crotch, they're all in there talking to each other this morning. Open up the TMASTL app. So the Billikens get the win. This is Josh Schertz following the festivities. Not particularly pleased.
We'll hit the lever, please, Charcoal.
There is on some level even understanding.
No.
There were some on-site
you guys
reporters.
maybe were pressing a little bit because you got into the top 25 for the first time.
No, I don't think we were pressing. I just think Duquesne was just, outside of those two big stretches, which obviously is a 40-minute game, they were just much better than us. Much more physical, much more aggressive defensively. I thought we were pretty bad on both ends. We were soft, offensively. We were soft defensively. We were soft on the glass. Couldn't get a free throw rebound. They just, I thought they for most of the 40 minutes kind of punked us, and nothing to do with rankings. We just weren't nearly, we've not been that. We've had a pretty good identity in terms of our physicality on both ends, our rebounding, our toughness, taking care of the ball. Credit to them because we were really poor tonight. But I think a lot of the reason we were poor was, how aggressive and physical they were. It's not all discredit to us, but we were not nearly good enough in terms of what our standard of play is, and so we were very fortunate to win the game.
Swish right there at the end, though.
I would agree with that. God, that would have been a brutal loss.
Yeah, it would have.
Dino Bravo says, I was entertained by the Pittsburgh broadcast. And I agree. I don't know, Martin, if you had the audio on at the two Fox, but those guys were good. They were good entertainment. Kind of like, we got to do this Duquesne game.
Probably typically doing like Steelers pregame shows or something.
The color analyst was on the Steelers broadcast back in the day. So, and I think he's an attorney as well. So I don't think that this is necessarily the full-time gig is Duquesne broadcasting. I don't know how many people were there. I would guess in the 2,000 range, based on the fact that it looked like a high school gymnasium. But it could have tripped up the number 24 team in the country. It did not. Then that ends, and you flip over to the Fighting Tigers, Doug.
Yeah, they had a chance to win, too. Couldn't get a defensive stop there on Georgia's last possession and didn't quite have enough time to set up a decent shot there for the buzzer beater.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagry on that. Didn't have enough time.
Well, they launched them.
They had more than
35 and a half
They
seconds.
did
5.5
launch a
seconds.
shot, but
I
I
remember
think
Ty
they
said
didn't.
he had 4.8.
I agree with you, Doug. They did launch what looked to be a desperation shot, but I think they could have done a little better than that in terms of the attempt.
Yeah, that was a poorly ran play there. T.O. Barrett took forever to get up to the court because he's waiting for Jacob Cruz to come around a screen. Now you're just shooting a curl screen, 35-footer, no shot.
You're still upset by it, aren't you?
You think that was the
I wouldn't have used the
plan?
timeout on the defensive play right before that. I wouldn't have called timeout to set up a defense to look again. That was silly. That's a poor use of timeouts. It's a really poor use of timeouts.
I share that opinion. We were watching it last night, and My wife asked those exact questions. Number one, why'd they call timeout there? Because in the post game on the SEC network, I don't recall what the gentleman's name is. He's in a wheelchair. Do you know
I know who you're referring to.
Franklin Roosevelt?
No, I think he played at Florida. I can't
I
remember.
believe FDR was on, but if he was,
remember
we got
that
to see if
player.
he's
Yeah.
available to talk about the game. He brought up, in that spot, you'd want to call timeout, and the co-analyst said, well, they had used their final timeout right before Georgia inbounded the ball, which may have wound up being a break, but at the same time, the pass looked so great because T.O. Barrett had already headed to the huddle, so that was a bit of a perhaps misperception if you didn't know. But either way, they call the timeout, so now they don't have any left. They have 5.5 seconds. And if you watch the replay, and I went back over it like the Zapruder film, the entire Georgia defense gravitates toward the left side, the near side for the Missouri bench, towards Dennis Gates and the Missouri bench to cover Cruz. So T.O. Barrett has a clear lane to the basket, and he also, on the near court, kind of took a leisurely approach to get past the midcourt, which I thought was odd and was also observed. So then that forces them to rush the ball over to Cruz, who is covered and is, 30 feet away from the basket?
At least.
And they're only down 2, so they didn't need a 3. And in that spot, I would have liked to have seen Barrett drive to the basket. Now, Dennis Gates, and I don't know if this audio is in there or not, but Dennis Gates did say after the game, after blaming the officials, that the option in that play was for Barrett to take it to the basket. He chose to pass it, but that the play is designed so if Cruz is open, you have that. If not, take it to the basket. You're down by 2.
Yeah. It is really poor. And again, all these things could have been discussed, talked about had you not used the timeout to reset. I mean, they're running there. It's an inbounds play, a baseline inbounds play that they probably ran. That was probably their 10th inbounds play from the baseline that night. You should have a good idea of what they're running. And then Sean Phillips gets scored on by a guy who's a foot shorter than him.
And his name's Smurf?
Yeah, Smurf. He was killing. But
There's a chance during that timeout, they also talked about what we're going to do if they make the bucket. If Georgia scores, here's what we're going to do.
Right, okay.
You would think that they would.
Doesn't sound like Jackson believes you.
Well, you would hope that
But
they
it's
would
not
talk
the
about
best
that.
That's still, but you don't know what the situation will be. You don't know how much time there'll be left in the game by that time. You can run, you can think about what you're going to do, but you don't know you're going to have 5.5 seconds left. You got to go the full length. You don't know.
You don't know exactly how much, but you know, kind of what you can do with a few seconds left.
Ultimately, that wasn't the main issue with the game. Main issue is the game is you got to rebound. I mean, you simply have to rebound. There was a possession where they got 5 different chances at the ball because they got 4 straight offensive rebounds. You're not going to win many basketball games doing that.
They were bad at defending the inbound.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that to me was frustrating. The one, I think, before they even got the go-ahead bucket, guys wide open under the basket.
Well, that's because T.O. Barrett had left the floor by that point. He was because Gates called a timeout. So the guy was wide open. He came running wide open. On the play where they called timeout immediately after?
I'm thinking it's the one before, but maybe I'm confused.
It's okay.
Maybe I could be coaching. I could just call timeout and they'd say, why'd you do that? I'd say, I'm not sure. There does seem to be a theme. A lot of Mizzou games are really frustrating at the end of games.
Yeah.
Where and this was a Conzo Martin thing too. We're like, what are they doing?
Right.
Like end of game decision making feels like it's been frustrating for a number of years.
Would have been a nice win over a ranked team.
Would have been really needed, kind of needed that one. Georgia needed it more, but Missouri really needed that one. Just to get the ship going again, keep the fans engaged. Because there's a couple times where the place was going nuts, and you like that. But the more you lose close games like this, the less you're going to get out of the fans.
That is the exact reason why St. Louis University is better than Mizzou this year. Schertz can really coach. I didn't realize he has the 7th best winning percentage in coaches in the NCAA. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Huh. I didn't either.
Is that including his Lincoln Memorial run, I guess?
No.
Probably.
Smaller school stats, but his overall one loss is pretty gaudy.
Who would have the best one-loss record among active coaches? Probably somebody at a smaller school that keeps winning.
Well, I bet the guy at Arizona hasn't been a head coach very long.
Nate Oates is probably up there. Todd Golden is probably up there.
Canyon Cafe's closing this weekend, which will change the landscape of Mexican food in Frontenac, and yet you guys are talking about an unranked Mizzou basketball team. Okay, that's from Mr. Licks.
Hacienda's closing also in
Yes, I
Brentwood.
saw that.
Session Taco in Kirkwood.
Yeah. Rough week for the Mexican restaurants.
Mr. Licks would like us to focus on that.
Okay.
I like that Canyon Cafe.
Yeah, I did
Good
too.
treats.
Hacienda was just kind of a landmark for half a century.
It's kept
Building built in
expanding.
1860, Doug.
Wow.
Did you call that antebellum?
I guess it would be.
Yes. Nice. Like Lady Antebellum? What do you like, the Need You Now piano riff?
Yeah.
Kind of a signature piano riff, 2009?
And they had to change the name of the band.
Yeah. I was on Twitter with a few of my burners demanding it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they did, I felt victorious and still broke. Doug, Mark Few.
That'd be a good guess.
That's the answer. Jake and Kirkwood. And he gets a prize?
No prize. No prize.
I guess Bubkus.
Frank Haith never had these kinds of end-of-game hiccups. That's from Dale in Grubville, longing for the Frank Haith era.
Well, in fairness, the Kentucky game, I would say Dennis Gates did a great job coaching at the end of the game situation on a tough road game. So 1 for 1 in that sense. But LSU, I didn't like some of the choices there, Ole Miss. But essentially, you can blame coaches a lot. Players got to play, man. There's a lot that Dennis Gates can do. He can't make his guys go get a rebound for the 4th straight time when they keep getting offensive rebounds to try to get back in the game. That's got to be on the players at some point, too.
Our only hope is the doggies. Talk about them. Doug, would you like to talk MLS? That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
They get started here next month, don't they?
They're playing. They're training currently, Doug. They're down in Bradenton, Florida. They've got a friendly this weekend.
Have they? But the regular season starts at the end of
February 21st is the first game match.
Any Pogs in Webster? Thanks. That's from Big Paws.
There's Pogs everywhere, aren't there? I mean, they populate our entire region.
I'm sorry. What sport did that guy want you guys to talk about? That's from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, and it doesn't sound like he's interested in a conversation about MLS.
Oh, tell me again what a Pog is?
Maybe if Rock Hill wasn't such a money grab municipality, Hacienda would stay. Licks, where are you going to be a busboy now that Canyon Cafe closed? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I feel like they never really updated Hacienda. I mean, it looked the same way it did back in the 70s.
I think that was kind of a complaint of customers. They'd expanded a lot outside, but people pointed out that the inside could use a little upgrade. I think the owner even said, because post-COVID, everything's gotten more expensive and things need, I think he referenced that a lot of things need upgrading. It's just going to be too expensive.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got Mark Few's winning percentage at 83%. And I got that Tommy Lloyd, who I threw out there at Arizona. He's at 79 for that. Tommy Lloyd's 130 and 33. But Mark Few still has a better winning percentage.
Martin, I saw you had Dr. Chaffetz on Sports Final last night. Was there any conversation regarding Josh Schertz in the long term?
Yes, I did ask him about that, and basically his position is Josh is a coach who wants to be here. He loves it here. We're going to give him the resources he needs. I don't see him going anywhere. That basically his gut says he thinks he's here for the long haul. That's paraphrasing. And he does know Coach Schertz really well. I still think if a premier program, I mean, make it up, but if Kentucky called and you're Schertz, I don't know how you turn that down. I'm not saying they're going to, but if you get an offer at that level, I think you'd have to go. So you just hope he doesn't get something at that level. I think all things being equal, he'd want to be here, yeah. But the Chaffetz's of the world are the ones who'd probably have to write the bigger check. And he just bought into the San Francisco Giants. These net worths, who knows what's real, but he's believed to be a billionaire. So I think an extra $1 million or $2 million to him. I mean, he loves SLU basketball. So he seemed to downplay it like, oh, no, he wants to be here. We just got to give him the resources. So he didn't seem concerned that it's a real topic. But, again, college football does it more. But in basketball, there could be some poaching, especially if you get into the tournament. If they get into the NCAA tournament, then more people will be like, hey, how about this Schertz, what he's done in St. Louis? And all these ADs seem to react. Oh, wow, I didn't know they were good until the tournament began. Wow, look at that team. They all seem to have that mentality. But I will say his honest assessment is that it's not a real concern.
But he is going to be a hot name that's out there.
I would think so, especially if they're in the tournament.
Waiting for Sharon to text in how she is sad about Canyon Cafe closing when she is really just upset that the soda fountain machine was out of Mountain Dew at the QT off 55 and Festus. That's from the Pope.
Oh, I've run into some of that myself. Where they're out of. I can't get a decent Arnold Palmer anymore at some of these convenience stores. Either they don't have the tea or they don't have the lemonade, and it's frustrating.
You just throw a fit.
I do, yeah. I asked to see the manager and yell at him for a while. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
And that's audio of Doug getting upset. Martin, that's exactly why SLU may never be super good. No one's here to stay around long enough. That's from Hard Bodied.
Well, but if he were to build a solid program year after year, maybe St. Louis U could really have something. Maybe they could be the next. Butler went through a few years there where they were almost as good as anybody in the country. Maybe he'll build the next Gonzaga right here.
It all takes a great leader.
It does.
Brad Stevens was the leader for that Butler club. Now he runs the Boston Celtics. Mark Few for Gonzaga, still there building. You just got to have the right person in place.
Josh Schertz beat Duquesne by 4 last night, and Martin is worried about him leaving for Kentucky. Makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it. That's from Harrison's brother Master, and he's not happy.
Every team is going to have games like that. Almost all of them.
And they won.
Nobody's run the table for 50 years.
Well, what do we call our guy? Bucko?
Yeah.
Be polite.
Good call, Martin.
What do we call our guy? Bucko?
What do you want, Bucko? You want some?
Oh. Yeah, good call, Martin. He deserved that badly.
The point is, and you don't have to be a basketball savant, the point is his name's going to get thrown around by people in the basketball world, like Bruce Pearl tweeting out over the weekend, hey, look at this guy's shirts. He's one of the best coaches. It's starting to happen. And that's how the college basketball reacts. I'm not saying he's going to Kentucky, but I'm telling you, if a big-time job happened to come after him, I'm not telling the board of curators to give Drink a raise because we're talking about Schertz potentially leaving.
Don't rule it out, though.
Don't rule it out. If he were to get offered a big-time job, I think it would be hard to turn it down. That's the point.
Last night's game was that was their first single-digit win, even single-digit game since Stanford beat them in November.
Yeah.
Every other game they've played, they've won by double digits or close to it, or more than 5.
I think 5 points is the largest deficit they've had to face in conference play so far this season.
They're having a fun season. They got a great team. Let's not pick it apart. I mean, they're playing the schedule they got. Are they the best team in America? No. Is Schertz going to Kentucky? No. The point was he's going to be a hot commodity by the end of the season. That's a fact. But enjoy the season.
Harrison's brother Master, Martin, you want him to enjoy the season.
Yes. Enjoy life.
There will be some people saying, as soon as the Billikens lose a game, see, we told you they weren't any good. It happens all the time.
Yeah, it's just guys on Twitter, though.
Or the text.
They're the same thing.
I think
lines
the part
are blurred.
of the Ray Liotta clip, the part that I really enjoy, just the aggressive nature, I feel better hearing it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a true release.
Where do you live again, wacko? Ah, yes, Warson Woods, where ambition goes to downside. That's from Mr. Licks. Doug, what does that mean, where ambition goes to downside?
Down? Did he mean to say downsize?
That's what I was wondering. I felt like it might have been downsize, but,
You're saying you just give up on yourself, so you move to Warson Woods? I don't think that's accurate.
Well, I know that Mr. Licks wants to acquire Warson Woods to flood it out and turn it into Lake Ladue.
Yeah.
So that might be a reason to keep an eye on that situation. Oh, there's a lot of tension between them. Missouri lost to Illinois by 40+. Who cares how much SLU actually won by last night? That's from Big Tuft.
What the hell did the first part have to do with it?
You're saying you want to win a game.
But take a stray like that? That won't be accepted.
Okay.
You could have said what he said without taking a shot.
You're like Charlie Batch. How did I get dragged into this one? Because C.J. Stroud plays like crap. Charlie Batch gets
it's like, I don't think Carson Beck's very good. And if you look at Mizzou losing by 40 to Illinois, you'd see that. Well, what the hell does that have to do with it? Get out of here.
Sharon is more upset Hacienda is closing. She is now faced with the fact that she has to find a new patio to drink margaritas and buy cigarettes out of, the last known spot where you can buy cigarettes out of a vending machine. That's from the Warson Woods wacko, and he's going after everybody this morning.
I can taste the Doritos and the Fritos.
And the Fritos. What was he eating?
It was a burger from High Point.
And they put Doritos and Fritos in there.
Apparently.
That sounds awful, doesn't it?
Potato chips on a sandwich are pretty good. Potato chips, maybe not corn chips.
Thing about Frank, in general, he will give you a flattering response. You could wear a tie that's 30 years old. Wow, is that new? But in the food industry especially, his family was in the food business, and he loves food. So I think it's even harder, even if he's thinking, Fritos in a burger. He's not going to say it. That's what I love, is he is genuinely selling it. Wow.
Well, he's a showman.
Wow. This is the best tiramisu. I need a cigarette.
Can't get him in Hacienda anymore. Last place you could get him out of a vending machine.
Wow.
Closing.
That was SLU's first win as a ranked team since 2014. Some of the 314. That's a good little statistics if it's true.
That sounds, I mean...
The last time they were ranked was 21, but they weren't ranked for long, and that team was okay. I mean, they had a good group of players that didn't do much with it.
I think they were better in 2019, 2020.
Doug, Hacienda was a pony in the 2000s on Cinco. That's from Ladue Lawn Boy.
It used to be an extremely popular place.
Y'all have some of the worst food takes. That's from the Loomster.
Oh.
The worst food take. Did we do a food take?
I didn't have one.
We mentioned restaurants that were closing. Doug likes an Arnold Palmer. Frank likes...
Would you like a good kielbasa?
Yeah, there you go. How many sports shows have been asked that?
Texting with friend of the program, Joe Buck, who is back in St. Louis after his Hoosiers had the victory on Monday night. And he is in to join this presentation at 8 o'clock, a surprise booking on the Polos Plus dossier. So Joe Buck is going to join us at 8 o'clock. We were texting yesterday. He sat with Stephen A. and Kenny Jet at the game on Monday night. So
a little Espen get together, I guess.
We'll hear what that experience was like for Joe as his Hoosiers win the national championship. That's at 8 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford in studio. Doug, it is now 7:30 as we're in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, and we get to the Blues losing last night. 3-1, your final, an empty netter. Chris Kerber on the call, despondent when the empty netter goes in, and the Blues not able to capitalize on some opportunities, even though they did outplay him 5-on-5. The PK was not there. Nathan Walker, double minor. How do you do? The Winnipeg Jets move ahead of the Blues in the standings with a game in hand. The Blues now are the second worst team in the NHL. So that topic coming up with JR at 8:50. Jackson, 8:50. Am I right on that Stiefel dossier?
Yeah, 8:45.
8:45. That's presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And it's not the Stiefel dossier. It's a Polos Plus dossier, Stiefel Studios. I'm still learning. But I do know it's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And I do know we are heading down the stretch in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month standings. The incel from the other side of the couch is tied with Buck Swope at 2 wins. There's still 8 emails of the day remaining. The winner receives a $10,000 HVAC system. Can you imagine, Doug? If on whatever the first business day of February is, maybe it's February 1st, hell, I don't know, February 2nd, that we come back and we have a one-game playoff for a $10,000 HVAC system between that incel and Buck Swope.
Those are high stakes. Especially if you really need a furnace. You know, maybe you're living in the backyard in a tent because the furnace doesn't work in the house. You better write a darn good email.
That's right. We could have that. Hell, there could be a 3-way playoff because plenty of listeners have one win. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, have you heard about this snowpocalypse that might be coming our way?
I did, yeah. Yeah.
Now an 80% chance of snow on Saturday and a 75% chance of snow on Sunday. You're low on Friday, 4. You're low on Saturday, 2. You're low on Sunday, 8. You're low on Monday, 2. You're low on Tuesday, 9. You're low on Wednesday, 9. You're low on Thursday, 6. And then we get up to the double digits next Friday with a low of 11. So then it starts to warm up.
80% chance of snow this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday.
So that Dayton blizzard game, it might actually feel like a blizzard.
Right.
Today being what, in the 30s maybe? Didn't it feel pleasant walking outside today?
45 degrees, Martin. We won't see the 30s again until next Tuesday. We got highs in the teens on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
Hello again, everybody.
Well, it's been a pretty mild winter so far. So,
well, Seth Goldcamp will fix you up real nice, like with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Should you run into any issues with your HVAC system with this intense cold coming through the St. Louis metropolitan area, online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor of TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. So Joe Buck now going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. At 8:50, 8:45, I apologize, Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And then at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You've wanted to hear from the Dan Levitard program and Nevin Shapiro. We have that audio coming up in the next segment.
I can't wait.
It's Charles Barkley was on the program to try to counsel them through it. All of that is coming your way. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It's the AFC and NFC championship games. This Sunday, Broncos and Patriots, followed by Seahawks and Rams. Coverage starts at 1. The NFL playoffs.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
You like this one, do you?
It just hits, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's a very popular song for a while.
2009?
Yeah, you
Was it
nailed
that
it.
long ago?
2009.
17 years ago. There's that piano riff you wanted to hear.
I didn't ask for it.
Where does 2009 rank in your pantheon of years in the 21st century?
It's 1 year more recent than 2008. That's how I look at
That's a take.
09.
I guess that's accurate.
Yeah.
The
Rams
Blues
went
mounted a
1 in-
Sunday charge, but got swept by the Canucks.
Rams went 1-15, I believe, or was it 2-14? Spagnola's first year.
The Cardinals had a great team, but were swept out of the playoffs by the Dodgers.
Traded for
Jackson.
Holiday that summer.
Missouri went to the Elite Eight and lost to Jimmy Calhoun.
Oh, jeez.
Arizona?
Yeah,
Out in
I was
Arizona?
out there. Were you out there?
I was no.
I was
don't
out there
think
for
so.
that. Pat
I get
Riley kinda
confused
creeped
after a
on
while.
my
I was
wife.
talking
It was
about
awkward.
some great game that
We walked past him, and I go, "Did you see that?" And she goes, "What?" And I said, "Pat Riley just looked you up and down like you were on the menu."
Yeah, the
I
old.
mean, I got cucked by Pat Riley.
Well, he just walked by, right?
No, but he looked her up and down like
did
I
he?
saw the whole thing.
The old
I mean,
slick back.
Yeah. Is that what he's known?
Yeah, but I mean, there's that great moment in Showtime, rest in peace, when, or Winning Time.
Confusion on Doug and Martin.
There's that great part in Winning Time where Adrian Brody's
Did you
playing
just hit
Pat
your
Riley.
heart because an NBA show went away?
Winning Time. Why'd they take it away from us? But
It was bad.
no,
Yeah,
it was not
The
bad.
second season got
No, it was
bad.
awesome.
Take it
It was,
away
it was
from
only
us.
going to get better when Adrian Brody's going to get deeper into Pat Riley. And there's a moment where like the camera flashes and he's looking in the mirror and his hair goes from up normal to slick back. And I was like, let's go. And then they cancel it. They canceled it weeks later.
Because it got bad.
No, wrong.
Yes, it did.
What's his Miami Heat role? Is he just sort of emeritus?
He's like, he runs the show.
But
He's
still, like, I mean,
he's the boss.
hands on, right?
The Heat culture is a thing, and it's all based on Pat Riley. If you're a little
I
overweight,
noticed they were
he's
wearing
gonna-
city red uniforms this weekend.
Yeah, they'll do that. The Miami Vice look. They like to go for the Vice look.
But you think he's day to day, like in
Yes.
the office?
Yes.
Still runs the show.
Yeah, him and Spoelstra, I think. Yeah.
Doug, was Kemba Walker on that team? Thanks. That's from the
I
amateur
don't know.
proctologist.
Hell, I don't know.
09? I think that's a little early. That was Hashim to beat.
He was on that team.
The Cardiac Cats were a little later. The Cardiac Huskies, I don't know.
Man, I like watching Jackson go through his mental library. on-
Cardiac Kemba, he had
UConn.
that step back at MSG. It was nasty.
Like for the Bobcats?
Bobcats amongst other teams, yeah.
Goodness, Jackson, wipe up your Pat Riley slobber? That's from Jake in St. Genevieve.
You know, Kemba Walker would have been on that team.
Oh, would he?
How do you like that?
Okay.
He spent longer in college than I thought.
Doug, we'll talk more 2009 UConn coming up when Jimmy Calhoun joins the program.
Oh, no. He'll yell at all of us.
Joe Buck
Not
is
1
gonna be-
cent.
Yeah. Joe Buck's going to be with us at 8 o'clock. And Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:45. Doug, before we go to Nevin Shapiro's podcast and Dan Lebitard's podcast, where they are not doing well, Too Fat to Kayak is not happy with the show. So that makes this a one-off. He is on the Calliard Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Too Fat to Kayak. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Good morning, Doug. I got a beef with you.
Well, you always do. What is it now?
I do. And so yesterday I'm PLTDing, and then I find out that Tim, greatest of all time, just going through, getting lots of input about the show, says calls out my comment about the Uber situation down at Hard Rock. You proceed to say, what, a fat can't walk a block and a half?
Yeah, can't you?
Doug?
What?
It was last year. Last year, went to the Dolphins game with my son, college graduation trip. We walked 3 miles, over an hour, through swamp-infested waters, meth labs,
baloney,
Miami Gardens. It's a mess. It is a mess down there. And Doug, it was an hour-long walk, 3 miles.
You walk through swamps? You're telling me they had to walk through a swamp to park?
Through alligator-infested drainage ditches.
Oh.
It's Miami Gardens, Doug. You know.
Oh, not a great area, but there's lots of parking around the stadium and around Calder racetracks right there too, isn't it?
That's the parking. That we Ubered. We flew down there, Doug. We're from St. Louis. I wanted to get my drink on. Could I walk 3 miles like a Baton Death March? Absolutely, I could. Was I looking to do that while getting my drink on and having a helmet nacho? No, that's not what I wanted to do.
Well, get a decent Uber driver to get you closer to the stadium.
Doug, Uber follows their rules. They say, "Hey, you going to Hard Rock? You got to go here." And I'm looking at this. I'm like in some outpost, and it was crazy.
Hey, Too Fat. Quick, here's my theory. See if you agree with this. These stadia, NFL type,
like that.
What they do is they make that Uber lot, that Lyft lot, a little inconvenient so that more people don't use it because they want you to get raped by the parking.
Wow. Probably, yeah.
I don't doubt that at all, Martin. I don't doubt that at all. But what am I going to do? I flew down there. We got a hotel on the beach. We're having a good time, enjoying our time. Well, of course, we're just going to Uber. I'm not renting a car. I took an Uber from the airport to the hotel. We hung out around there for a long weekend, had a great time. I'm not renting a car to then just go park. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. So, Doug, bottom line, real quick, that was my situation. I went to the website yesterday, and they have changed the location. I think enough people bitched and moaned, made it a priority. They moved the spot to a 30-minute walk now. I called the stadium, and I said, "Hey, did you change that new this year?" And they said, "Yes." They changed it. They shortened the distance. So bottom line, you couldn't call me you can't walk a block and a half. I'll walk circles around you, Doug.
Well, maybe it'd be good that you walked a little bit. If you're too fat to kayak, you're probably not too fat to walk a little bit.
Well, Doug, I'm not looking to do that in Crackhaven, Miami Gardens. Not going to do that. Don't want to do that. That's unsafe. That's crazy.
It's a Crackhaven swamp.
Wow. It's a Crackhaven swamp. Miami Gardens, not. Look, Doug, it's not.
Come on, Doug,
I do know. It's not great. It's not the worst part of Miami either.
Well, it's unsafe to be having people walk that far. That's crazy. Are we good? Are we good now?
Doug, are you good now?
Did you lose any weight? Any weight by walking through the swamp?
He was eating helmet nachos.
Well, so he probably didn't.
I burned off all the calories. It was a net neutral or a net positive position.
When you say you're too fat to kayak, what do you weigh, fella?
Oh, Doug, I'm working on getting lean and mean. I mean, I'm getting down. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Listen.
So you won't say, really?
Doug?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have the profile for all your listeners. So why don't you just put it in your mind, your closed little mind, and that's it. That's who I am.
Your closed little mind, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. So you picked. I do kind of have a picture of you in my head. I think what he's saying is accurate.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll if I need to change my name later this summer when I get out on the kayak and I'm not sinking it, then I'll change my name.
Okay.
So, we're good.
All right. Well, glad you got a little exercise.
All right. Look, I'm done until the doggy season starts. I got nothing more.
Thank you, Too Fat to Kayak.
All right, Fatty.
There you have it.
3 miles? I suspect he's exaggerating just a little bit. Walking through the swamps?
Joe Buck's going to be with us. We'll see if he and Stephen A. Smith walked 3 miles to get into the game. He'll be with us at 8 o'clock. Boy, that call did not play well in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let's see. This guy is literally getting winded talking on the phone. There is zero chance he spends any time off his rascal. Are you guys doing live reads for diabetes now? That's from Tim's high school buddy.
People are now texting in their guess as to his height and weight.
I don't want to pace shame, but it shouldn't take over an hour for 3 miles.
You walk about 3 miles an hour, right?
I mean, if you're dragging along. I guess it was through a swamp, though.
Yeah, well.
And a meth lab.
There could be those little drainage canals right by the roads, but I don't think there's really any swamps out there.
I'm so glad to hear a call this morning about a Fats pilgrimage to mozzarella sticks and margaritas. Brave to go without a defibrillator, though. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener expressing support. Well, you call in, Doug. Jackson, the Dan Lebitard show and the Nevin Shapiro show, very confident that Miami would win the game. And Martin, they did get a chance to talk about it, and now we have the audio. Papers, what do we have here?
This is gentleman Mike from Dan Le Batard's show.
Oh, this is the one who Dan booted out of the program because he got
in a screaming match last week.
Yeah, despite them both being Miami fans, Mike didn't think Dan was down for the cause enough, and so this was his reaction to the loss.
All right.
On Monday night.
And it sucks when you finish second. You feel like a big-time loser because the eyes of the world are on you and everyone's teeing off on you, making fun of you, and you're trying to have the right perspective and that you had a good season. The vision is working. All your time and effort is working. I had a lot of people, while I was like crestfallen in my seat, not really knowing where I was at the time, thanking me for... hey, thanks for fighting for us. Thanks for what you're doing for the program. And that did, soften the blow. But, yeah, man, I am wrecked inside. I want to die. Oh!
Wow.
Who's that again? That was producer. I don't know what he goes by, but he's the producer who screamed at Dan last week for saying Mario Cristobal has lost big games, and he's known for getting tight under pressure. And that gentleman, producer Mike, screamed at Dan Le Batard. And then Dan said, you need to excuse yourself from the studio right now. So in the clip, he said he was watching the game and he had people coming up to him thanking him for what he's been doing for the program.
It's nice to have a humble brag mixed into your admission that you no longer want to be alive.
What was the extraneous audio? Was he being selfied?
No, I think their production staff was getting a little fast and loose.
Like having fun with it. At some point in the next few hours, we got to hear Le Batard because he was hysterical that they weren't being given a chance on their home stadium.
We do have Dan Le Batard. What do we have here, Papers? I thought this is Barkley.
This is Barkley.
Barkley talking to Dan Le Batard.
Yeah, this is more about Barkley than it is about Mr. Le Batard.
Okay.
Hey man, that was a hell of a game last night.
I know. I was there, man. It was a great game. It was tough at the end for the folks down here, though. But yeah,
you had a great year. Can I say you have a great year?
Yes.
Because you know why? Because I don't want all these punk-ass reporters and clowns talking bad about me like they did that lady in Jacksonville who had a moment of humanity. Think about that, Dan. Jacksonville had a great year. They won 4 games last year, and we got so many punks on television and on radio now. Because I don't get into the social media stuff, Dan, I don't do social media. But I started looking, and it was a big story brewing. I'm like, is this woman serious? She's supposed to be a journalist? Have we got to the point now where you just have to be an idiot or a fool or a jackass to be on television or podcast or something now? You can't have... I can't tell the Hurricanes they had a great season.
You can, but I'm curious, though, how this is going over at ESPN, that you continue to call people who work there punks, idiots, fools, and jackasses.
Well, they can fire me. Hey, Dan, I got 7 years left on my contract.
And you said you were retiring.
I am. So, hey, listen, Dan, I'm 100% retired, but if I can do something just a little bit stupid so they have to fire me, they'll have to pay me for the whole 7 years.
Doug, that's a business model.
Well,
Charles Barkley's trying to employ.
He's pretty much untouchable, and he knows it.
And he doesn't care also.
But if you get fired for cause, you're not going to get paid all those years. If you do something in violation of the contract,
so he went from talking about the Miami game to the Jacksonville, the woman who stood up, and it turns out is not a sports reporter, so the whole debate was really stupid in the first place.
Sounds like he wants to fight the Colonel.
Yeah, it does sound like he wants to fight the Colonel.
Nevin Shapiro did his podcast.
Yeah, he does these previews for his podcast, which I guess, I don't want to cast aspersions, but if you're really trying to get someone to listen to it, I don't know if this is the clip I would pick, but what do I know?
You don't waste any time.
This is Mario Cristobal. Fans came at you all year. The underachievement, especially after the SMU loss. Then we backdoor into this playoff and we make this run. Very obviously unfortunate loss, but what are your overall feelings now that it's all said and done? Everything's over. What's your feelings on Mario now?
You don't waste any time. Oh, my God. You know,
What, he had nothing?
That's the end of the clip.
Sounds like a remake of The Equalizer on
So, I
CBS,
guess
and here's a trailer.
I guess the preview is that. So like, the idea is like people would listen after hearing that so they could hear like it's J. Edgar Hoover asking who shot Kennedy. I just don't get
Doug,
it.
does that increase the likelihood that you will listen to Nevin's podcast now after hearing that tease? We got to get better at teasing.
Probably not. No, I've never listened to it before and don't intend to now.
I just tried to find him on Twitter. There's a lot of not Nevin Shapiro, F Nevin Shapiro. There's a lot of adjacent accounts, but I'm not sure if I can find one that's his account. I thought he might be a fun follow.
Now that is producing. That's from Steven time. Is there a bomb that's about to go off? That's from MD 2020. There was a ticking, Martin. Did you hear that? There was a ticking.
I'd like that dramatic music played behind our show.
That's not a bad idea.
Coming up on Thursday's show, the Illini reaction to their game after they played Maryland. You have to make it really generic because when it plays, we don't know if they won or lost. Right. Coming up on Monday, the Super Bowl is now set. We'll tell you who's going to win the big game and why. And you taped it on Friday when you're leaving Bristol, and then it'll play Sunday night for the Monday morning show.
See, it works.
But you have no idea who won the game. But you have to sound like you're all over it.
Sure.
And Doug will be alongside with some fun Super Bowl snacks for your party. That's Monday on the morning after.
And then you laugh hysterically.
Tune in Tuesday. Too fat to kayak might just call in. See you at 7.
We'll put him on a scale.
What did Larry Connors would say on the radio? Say, book it.
How many incels listen to that guy's podcast? Jesus. That's from Doug's prison wallet. Is it a cock? Tick, tick, tick. That's from Brian Henshin waiting for the at-large bid to the AFC Championship.
And the Colts are not getting in?
They're waiting for the at-large bid.
At some point, though, Papers, I got to hear Levitt. He had to have done. I'm not putting you on the spot, but at some point, I want to hear if he kind of owned it right away. Like,
I can look.
If he just said, like, I was a little too crazy on this Miami thing. I got to say now, okay, fine. I wonder if he. Because a great diversion would be, well, Miami lost. Well, we got Charles Barkley on the phone.
Joe Buck was victorious as he headed down to Miami following the call of the Patriots and Texans and got to experience his alma mater winning the national championship. And we will talk it over with a friend of the program coming up in the next segment. Joe Buck joining us. Then coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:45 following the Blues 3-1 loss to the Jets, Doug. Now second to the worst spot in the NHL, just above the Canucks.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's where
it just isn't.
That's where things are. But they have a comfortable lead on the Canucks, so if you want to look at it through that lens.
We were workshopping at the Two Fox last night if they should tank, and then I realized it's a draft lottery, Doug, so you're not even guaranteed the top pick.
Just to keep people from tanking.
If you miss anything, you can podcast at Schaefer Door Company Podcast. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com. Man, I'm telling you, when the temperatures get as cold as they are going to get here over the next week, that is when garage door springs break. We have highs of 15, 18, and 16 Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and you can imagine where the lows are, all low single digits. That's when garage doors break, and if that happens, go to SchaeferDoor.com and work with the long-running TMA sponsor, who is also the podcast sponsor on 101 ESPN. That's Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you've had them out to your house. They've saved the day for you.
Oh, they have, yeah.
And they can save the day for you as well if you run into any issues with your garage door breaking. It's SCHAEFER door.com. Jason Gossrow and his team at Schaefer Door, podcast sponsor on 101 ESPN. Jason's a longtime TMA listener. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game on this program. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Joe Buck joins us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This closes out our healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Making lunch plans? Swing by Village Bar. Get yourself a cheeseburger, waffle fries. Meeting friends after work? Stop by Village Bar. Watching the games this weekend? Stop by the Village Bar right there in DePero on Manchester Road. If you've never been, check it out. See what we've been talking about all these years. Just a great neighborhood hangout, fun place to meet friends, take the family, and enjoy the wings, the burgers, and sample 1879. That's the product they make out back in the bar. And they've got a tasting room open on Saturdays from noon to 5. 1879distilling.com. That is the website. You can read more about their whole history, why they started this up here as an homage to the old German distilling days back in the 1800s. But the bottom line is what they're making. Winning awards throughout the region. There's a difference when you order that drink. Get it with 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, Red Barn vodka, all of it made right behind the Village Bar. And that tasting room, it's really like a gift shop, speakeasy, really cool spot. It's open on Saturdays. Check it out. And swing on by the Village Bar. Find out more at 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night 3-1 to the Winnipeg Jets. Off today, off tomorrow. Back in action on Friday as they take on the Dallas Stars. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you like this beat?
I don't mind it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and a gentleman known as Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines in full celebration mode. Probably hasn't slept since night in Foxborough, Massachusetts 3 days ago. National champion, Indiana Hoosier, Joe Buck with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Joe. Congratulations.
Yeah, how about did he just call himself Jack on the Saliga Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, what about that Saliga Heating and Cooling?
Did I say Jack? I thought I said Jackson.
Maybe you're just. I don't know. You kind of swallowed the sun part, so let's enunciate. Let's
no,
go
for
forward
sure.
and enunciate.
Joe, I'm not sure if you know, I'm not classically trained, so I'm still learning on my feet here.
Oh, well, nor was I. I just lived in the shadow of a Hall of Famer my entire life.
Same with me. I work with Tim.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was really well said.
Oh, well done. Well played. Well played.
Every once in a while, Joe, we get up and leave the studio, and kid, it's all yours. And then he has to do about a half hour of hot takes.
That's it.
Perfect. It worked wonders for me. I think it can work for Jackson.
I need to know what it was like on Monday night. The nerves, the emotion, the whole thing. What were you feeling as you experienced that?
I was nervous, and I don't want to come off as like, I just don't want to be annoying on this. I don't want to be the guy who, I don't know, went to Indiana, so what? I'm a fan. I've become like this 2-year bandwagon fan after I left because the team was not good, obviously, after I got out of there, and you kind of lose touch, and I'm not from the state of Indiana, so I'm not really surrounded by it. And then this last 2-year ride, it just built up all this, I don't know, tension. The coolest part was being there with my daughter and my wife and my daughter's husband. My daughter, though, graduated from there, and she was so nervous at one point she threw up. She throws up at everything. It's quite a skill. But her nerves got her. Mine, we just kept kind of going off to the side, like, do you think we can do it? Do you think we can do it? And then just the interception that ended the game was right in front of us where we were sitting, and it was just elation. And I wished somebody from behind us got a picture of us jumping up and down, but it was awesome. I mean, I can't describe it any other way. It was something I'll never forget.
I saw the stories about people paying $700 to park. I like free parking. Did you get decent parking for that game?
You know what I did, Doug, and I'm glad you asked. I got a car service, and it dropped us at an IU tailgate, which was outside the stadium in one of the lots. And I said to the guy, instead of going in, I had a parking pass provided to me by ESPN. I said, instead of using this thing, just go have a nice night, go have dinner, come back. We'll meet you out here. We will walk after the game out to this spot so that we don't get stuck on the inside ring in the parking, and that way we will make our fast escape. And so that's what we did.
Veteran move. Veteran move.
Gosh, that's nice.
Well, real nice.
Yeah. I was proud of myself. And I was proud of our driver, who was amazing and a sweet man. His name was Gustavo. We started with about 4 wrong turns leaving the hotel. But, man, the guy rallied, and we got out. We were back in the hotel by 11:30, I don't know, somewhere in there. And the amazing thing is, it's Miami. It was a JW Marriott. And everything was closed. Everything was closed. There was not a bar, nothing in the hotel. There was nothing around the hotel in Aventura. And so we just all packed up and went to bed.
That was going to be my next question. How did you celebrate? And you were. It sounds like you were looking to celebrate, but you couldn't.
I was looking to celebrate maybe one drink and then go to bed. But I had 15 beers at the game, and I was just spent. As you said, we were in Foxborough the day before, and then it started snowing like crazy after that game, and we sat on the tarmac for 3 hours, and we didn't get to the room the night before till 1:30 in the morning. So I was too old for all that. So I was ready to go to bed.
Doug, I don't know if you saw the video of Fat Joe and Fernando Mendoza hanging out at 11. And I was wondering if Joe
11. Yes.
Not Fat Joe Buck, but a different Fat Joe.
No, that's the old Joe Buck. That's that's middle school Joe Buck.
Yeah, this was a different Joe. Joe Buck with us here on TMA as he was in attendance to watch Indiana win the national championship. When we were texting yesterday, I said I never thought that Miami was going to win that game, but I imagine Indiana fans were thinking, oh, my God, it's about to crumble right here. And then you see Beck throw that interception. So you're experiencing the roller coaster of emotions as that game becomes a classic in the second half. Usually you are in a football stadium of the game of that magnitude through the lens of a broadcaster and the neutrality of it. What was it like to experience the roller coaster of emotion as a fan?
Yeah, well, when the Blues won the Stanley Cup, I was at Pebble Beach getting ready to do the U.S. Open. So I was not in St. Louis. I was not in Boston when they won it. So I was watching on TV. The only thing I can compare it to was being in Atlanta as a fan when the Rams won the Super Bowl, and it just kind of ended on that Mike Jones tackle, and just being crazy emotional and excited and jumping up and down like a little kid. That's how I and we all reacted. Like it was a 2-year build to this moment. And I agree. I think all Indiana fans, until you do it, even my son-in-law, who's become just this huge IU fan, he went to Villanova. He's been this Villanova hoops fan forever. Now he's on our team rooting for Indiana, but he's like, I had no worry about the Alabama game. Like, you didn't? That game scared the hell out of me because it's Alabama. It's like until you do it and you beat Alabama or you beat Oregon twice or you win this game, until you see it and you get over that hump, or Ohio State, the Big Ten championship game, which I think meant way more to Indiana than it did to Ohio State, because I think they had to prove that they could win that type of game. Until you see it, it hasn't happened. And, I was nervous from beginning to end about that last game.
I've been saying that the Mendoza touchdown or on the fourth down call, that's the equivalent now of the Keith Smart shot, that it'll be on a loop forever in Bloomington. And that of all people, it was the perfect way for him to, because he was the guy, the Heisman guy, and it's Signetti who's got, balls. He's going to go for it. It was just, to me, it was like the quintessential moment. The coach who goes for it, the quarterback who's tough as nails, the Heisman winner, and maybe Keith Smart. Maybe that's too strong a comparison, but that's what I'm liking in it too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's so recent, and maybe it's because it's such a turnaround. I think it's even more powerful than that. It's Indiana basketball. I think at that point we all kind of expected it, and they haven't won since. I got to IU. I was on campus the next semester, and I remember watching that game and that shot. I'm like, that's my school. That's where I'm headed. We're going to win it every year. And then it hasn't happened since. So I think for Indiana football to be where they were and now to be where they are, I think I can't compare that to anything that I'm aware of. We've just been a doormat for so long. And now everybody, somebody said it could be true. It could not be true. I don't know. It's the world we live in, that Indiana has the largest base of alumni walking the planet just because of the size of the school. Mm-hmm. And everybody just seemed obviously to come out of the woodwork and be a part of this thing. And that's what made it so fun. And I think the players, I think Signetti, I think everybody recognized that. They played to it. I was surprised because I'm the old man now in these NFL games broadcasting them, and everybody goes for every fourth down. And I'm like, man, I just take the points. I get it. You want to get the touchdown. Who doesn't? but these are tight games. Take the points. You're walking away from 3. And I don't know. Sometimes it drives me crazy. And at the end of that game, I was the one going, just go. When they kick the field goal to make it a 6, I hate a 6-point lead. Like, just you're winning by 3. It's 4th and whatever it was, 4th and 4. I don't know. Somewhere
4th and 5, yeah.
4th and 5. Put it in Mendoza's hands and trust him to make a throw, or trust him to use his legs, or trust him to hand it off with that offensive line. Get the first down, the game's over. But going up by 6, now the other team, Miami's incentivized to go downfield, all 4th downs. You're going for it. I was dying for them to go for it. So the whole time I'm sitting there with Miami, they got down the field. They get the roughing the passer call. Like they shouldn't have kicked. They should have gone for it, put it in Mendoza's hands, and then they get the interception. It was like, oh, my God, relief. They won. So, yeah, it was phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, so you wanted him to go for it again, I see. Okay, all right.
I did.
I'm with you. Now I follow you on that. You said that you were able to experience the game with your family, and also Stephen A. Smith and Kenny the Jet. What was the reaction of these gentlemen?
ESPN, ABC. So, well, Kenny was there. Kenny's awesome. I've gotten to know him. I've been around him a couple times now. He's really funny, subtly funny, and he was there because he had friends who had a son or 2 on the Miami team. He was just he was just there to be there. But at the end, there was like a minute left. Miami's got the ball, so he was kind of rooting for Miami, and he taps me and my daughter and my wife on the shoulder. He's like, "Hey, congratulations on the win," and like kind of has this smirk on his face. I'm like, "Will you get out of here? Like, shut up! Like, you're trying to jinx us now. Shut your mouth." Just walk. And Stephen A. was great. I mean, he's very low-key in person. I know that's hard to believe, but he's very low-key in person. He's up there like, you gotta throw the ball. Like, he was begging for Miami to stop handing the ball off. He didn't complain about it when they had the I guess it's Fletcher had the 900-yard touchdown run, but every other time it's like, why aren't they throwing the ball? But it was a fun booth to be in. Schrager was up there. ABC News people were to the left, and a lot of people I worked with on GMA. So it was a blast. I did not get the Michael Irvin passes where I could be mic'd up, and I thought
it was
the
part
guys,
of the coin toss.
I mean, I thought the guys would probably want to hear from me on the bench. I applied for that pass, but somehow I didn't get it. I was relegated to a luxury suite with no free parking. Well, I guess I had free parking.
Yeah, Ray Lewis was down there too. Ray Lewis
I fully expected
people.
Michael Irvin to line up and catch a pass.
I mean, it reached, and I love Michael. He makes me laugh in this whole game day thing. The prior game that they won, the game to get to this, I saw him step around the official who was calling the touchdown on the goal line to like celebrate. I was like, how does this happen? But yeah, Michael's awesome. He's been great to me. I got a kick out of watching him do his thing.
It kind of had a Mike Shannon vibe where nobody's going to tell him otherwise. Yeah. Like he's just going to do whatever the hell he wants. Everybody's like, well, what are you going to do?
Well, I was not there, but one time Bruce Hornsby was hanging around the Cardinals for a while.
Yes, he was. Horns, as he was known by the skipper.
Spring training. He was in spring training. I wasn't there. And I got reports. I think C.J. Cherry texted me. He's like, you'll never believe. Like they went to a Bruce Hornsby show, and Shannon in an encore pulled a chair out on the stage and just sat there while Hornsby's playing. That's just the way it is on the piano, right. And at one point, CJ's like, Bruce had to be looking at Mike like, who the hell is this guy? Why is he sitting right here? But yeah, I cannot confirm that happened, but I would not put it past Mike.
Indiana could have had their football legends on the sideline too if they had any.
Oh, too soon, dog.
Wow, Joe. Wow, Joe. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Well,
we have some now.
Yes.
Yeah. Son of a bitch.
Mendoza reminds me a little bit of Kurt Warner, where he's just so likable and articulate, and everybody loves him, and he's great. He's got the family story with his mother there. You think he projects to be a big-time NFL quarterback?
I do. I think because of that stuff, I think everybody kind of sleeps on how tough he is. I mean, he got blown up at the beginning of the Ohio State game. His brother had to come in for a play. And he came right back in. He got destroyed early in that championship game, and he's willing to put his body on the line. He does not go down. And with his arm, the throws he makes, the back shoulder throws, they're NFL-like to me. I don't see a lot of college quarterbacks making throws like that. So I think everybody just kind of dismisses some of that because he's so nice and he's so sweet. The way he comes off, but I think he's got a side to him that we don't see. I think Cignetti's the same way. I think he's got that persona on the sideline, the I'm not going to smile. And to me, it's almost like he's got to fight himself to stay in it, to stay in that mode. I think he's got a side to him that's wickedly funny, very intelligent, and obviously has a really good eye for talent and people to bring in and coaches around him that he lets just go do their job. So they've got a lot of recruits, 4 or 5 star guys coming in, and hopefully it continues. I guess Hoover, the TCU quarterback, is coming in, and he's not alone. They got a good group.
Yeah, Mendoza's brother is transferring now too. You see that?
He's going to Georgia Tech.
I think
he's in the program.
I think that's good for him. Everybody's got to be their own player, their own man, their own, whatever. For him to get out of there, go to Georgia Tech, I think is probably the right move and just kind of forge his own path.
Did you see Mark Cuban at all? And was he always like with basketball? I knew he went to Indiana. Certainly everybody's a little more visible this year, but has he been involved for a long time?
I don't get the sense that that's the case. I don't know if Cignetti kind of said, yeah, we'd like even more support from Mark. So I don't think he's been bankrolling it to this point. I think he will be more so from what I understand going forward. But no, I think he's been there. And everybody, again, anybody who went there. And I didn't graduate. My daughter did. So she's got that hanging over my head. But I was there for into my senior year and that was the other fun part, was seeing fraternity brothers and introducing a lot of guys that my wife just knows from names and texts and putting personalities and faces to these texts and it was just great. I mean, the guys could not have been sweeter and more welcoming, and it was just awesome. The funniest story was after the game, we're making our quick walk to Gustavo, the driver. And as we're walking out, I see Brady coming in our direction, Tom Brady with a hood up, head down. But I wanted to say hi. I had texted him because I saw him on the sideline before the game. And yes, I know this is very name droppy, but there's a point to it. He's walking in our direction. I'm like, and he's got his head down. I wanted to kind of pop that bubble and say hi. And I'm like, Tom Brady, Joe Buck. And there was a guy behind me who was walking. He's like, so Brady stopped. He gave me a hug. He's like, man, congratulations. What a game. That was awesome. What a great story. Good to see you. I said, hey, man, finish strong. And the guy's like, oh, wait, Joe Buck, hey, would you take it? And then mid-sentence, he realized that I also said Tom Brady. And the guy completely traded up and went from asking me for a picture to just following Brady back to wherever the hell he was walking. And I had to text him the next morning. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry I stopped your momentum. I hope you got out of there okay. But, I kind of burst his bubble, and everybody's like, probably, Tom Brady, come on, get over here. But sorry, Tom, if you're listening, and I know he's a big listener.
Yeah, he is a big
usually
fan.
podcast
Yeah, he
later.
texts in his Harrison's brother, Master. He's very active on the program. Joe, congratulations to you and all of the Indiana fans for the experience, which I'm sure had to be like a once-in-a-lifetime that nobody ever expected even happen that one time.
That's how it feels. Maybe they're hopefully they're a force going forward, but if it was one, just once, it was worth every minute of watching and being invested and then getting down to Miami, and it was a blast. And I wish that for you, Tim.
Thank you. What's wrong with that, Doug? He wants that from Missouri fans, not from me, but from Missouri
But all that
fans.
Tim represents.
I do represent
Maybe the St.
Missouri
Gabe's
fans.
could win another national championship.
Joe and I are two guys who went to schools and didn't graduate, but we represent those schools.
Okay.
That's what we do.
We started this by saying Tim and your father, Joe, have a lot in common. They're both Hall of Famers.
Right.
I happened to watch Soul on Fire last night, the story about John O'Leary, the kid who got burned.
You hadn't watched it yet?
And your dad was such a big part. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we went to the premiere. My daughter's in it. She plays the nurse that tells William H. Macy, who's playing my dad, that, sometimes it's just meant to be and he's not going to make it through the night and is there and different shots. So the long answer, but the answer is yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, I really liked it. I thought it was just great.
And it was phenomenal. And to be there at the premiere with my boys, who obviously never met my dad, to see him represented that way in that story. And John's been great to my sons and he's kind of like the Mendoza that we were talking about earlier. He's almost too good to be true. He is exactly as he is portrayed in the movie, as he, I guess describes himself in these different lectures and talks that he gives across the country. I've had more people reach out to me because they've been in an audience where John's spoken talking about my dad at different corporate events. I could not be more proud. My dad would be just blown away by what John has made of himself and the positive story that he is and kind of the light that he's become, that he shines all over this country going to speak. I think he makes a real difference.
Yeah, God bless you. I took my son to see that movie as well.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, you got to see it.
This has to be the greatest time. I was thinking, I saw Herb Street signing off with Fowler, and I was thinking, okay, you're done now. Your team just won the national championship. For you and Herb Street, this just has to be the greatest time ever. You don't have, at least I think, you don't have much as far as work goes for a little while. You get to relax with the family, hopefully travel. This is to be the mountaintop right now. Am I right on this, or is that a bad read? That's what I was thinking.
Well, for Herb Street, my God, I can't imagine the come down from. That's like going 100 and just going to 0.
Because of the Thursday night game as well as the college. Yes.
Yeah, he does Thursday night games, college game day, and then the game. And I know to people's like, yeah, okay, it's not a real job, but you got to get around. You got to learn these names and numbers. You have to have an idea of what's going on. There's a lot of work that goes, on in the background before the red light comes on. And I'm stunned at all that he's able to handle and tackle. So he's in a different category, but it's always a little bittersweet for me. And I love working. I love the group that I'm with, and I love being with Troy, and I love our producer and director and the whole support staff. And I miss those people when it's over. I'm excited to not plow through articles every day and highlight and try to get my head around what I'm about to see on a Monday night. But there's like a hole in my life when it's over, and it takes me a while to get out of that mode. But yeah, this is with the IU stuff, and my daughter coming up on her 1-year anniversary. Married to a great guy, and my other daughter happy in New York, and the boys, and this is a good time.
And next year is a Super Bowl year for ESPN. I can't believe that you've already done 4 years at you and Troy, which
it's just flown by.
It's unbelievable. I was thinking about that the other day, and I don't know. I guess I would ask: do you feel, not that you needed to be vindicated, but more than ever that it was the right move at the right time?
It's never. At no point has it ever felt like it was not. It was the perfect timing for that to come along. I never expected it, but I think to downshift a little bit, just do pour everything I've got into those broadcasts. And I was letting my daughter. I handed her the board I had in front of me that I had made for the Patriots-Texans game, and it's. The depth that I'm going into for these games and the research and whatever, I'm much more prepared. I'm much more relaxed. I'm much more rested to do these games than I was kind of doing all those weird Octobers of doing, Thursday football and ALCS and World Series and coming and going and putting that like we were just talking about with Herb Street. That's a chapter for, it's an earlier chapter in my life, and I'm glad I did it. But I could not be happier at ESPN. I really couldn't, and it's just become a really good group that we have. So, yeah, I'm not vindicated. That's not the right word, but I'm secure and happy in knowing that I made the right move.
I sent you that link, Andrew Marchand, who's really kind of preeminent now, sports media critic, columnist, whatnot. But he said they paid a ton, but ABC, ESPN changed the feel of their games when they brought in Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I realized I sent that to Joe. It was like midnight on Sunday. But I said, read the comments, because it was largely people saying how much they love Joe, they love Troy, they love Joe. And it's
Look
amazing.
At this, Joe. It said the worm is turned on the comment section.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
By the way, somebody just texted in. I don't know if you were texting me and Martin it, or if this was just on Twitter, the airport tweet from Saturday. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about it, because it became a story. Just your observation on the Twitter tweets.
Good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going off on like a rant about our city, but I've never seen an airport in a major city. I don't care what day, what waves of flight. There was literally not one person in the security line at 11 in the morning on a Saturday. I'm blown away by that.
Nobody wants to leave here.
It's great. It's great. I blew right through it. It took me within 4 minutes to get to my gate. I mean, I love that, but I think I can't imagine us being in a position where nobody is coming. Every baggage carousel that we walked in from the garage, the guy dropped stuff in the garage. Not one of them was moving. Nobody was there.
Doug, that's
probably not a good sign.
It's not the greatest sign. I did like the Fred Willard reset, Mighty Win, Best in Show, Waiting for Guffman, wonderful films, and I recommend those pictures.
Yes, they're very good. And my only point was that I saw one comment like, "You don't think that's a good thing? Don't you want to get through the airport?" I'm like, "Yes, I love that. I get to my gate. I'm holding back every comment I have flashing through my head right now. Yeah. I'm going to try to stay positive and say maybe with the airport redo and everything else, we'll get more flights. What my point is, we need more volume of flights coming in and out of this city. I don't know how that happens. I don't know who's in charge. But I just was shocked. Nothing was moving inside the airport.
Yeah, I think it's more of like a warning sign than it is mocking. It's like saying, "Hey, we gotta pay attention here, because we need activity. We need this." I mean, because you've been a passionate St. Louis guy. I think that's the point. Is that I want that Orange Julius Open, Doug, on a Saturday at 11 a.m.
Sure.
I want that Auntie Anne's Open on a Saturday.
But with nobody there, you do get
I want to stand in line for my Cinnabon.
Yeah, there you go. See, there you go. That's the mantra right there.
Joe, thank you so much for joining us on short notice, and congratulations to the Hoosiers. I hope you get to relax, and now you can catch up on all the Cardinal offseason moves.
Yeah, just real quick before I hang up, just can you keep me up to date on what's happened so far?
Doug?
Well, we got rid of some good players and didn't get much back, and still are paying for those players.
Right.
That's been the offseason.
That'll summer on up for you.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Hold on.
Yeah, we're hoping to trade a few more. If it all goes well, if it all goes well, we'll trade a few more of them.
Yeah. And if the Cardinals won't do it for you, the Blues might do it here over the next month and a half for you. So a lot of selling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm all for selling.
Amen.
I'm all for selling. To get some activity in that airport.
A lot of guys. Contreras got a flight out of town. Sonny Gray got a flight out of town. Arenado got a flight out of town. There you go. Now we got some momentum here.
There, it's all happening.
Yeah, there you go. We can just fill the airport with guys we trade.
We'll get these guys out of there with no waiting.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, guys. Bye.
See ya. It's Joe Buck with us here on the program, and God bless him. That's what I was watching Joe sign off and knew he was heading down to Miami, and watching Herb Street sign off on Monday night, and I'm thinking, God bless those guys. They got months of, especially like he said, Herb Street's going nonstop with Thursday night football, then game day on Saturday morning. Then he calls the game, usually in a different location. Whew, cats and dogs.
A lot of talking, a lot of travel.
I am telling you. So God bless, and Joe gets to cap it off with why watching his alma mater win the national championship. Outstanding. 314-399-9646. You can text in two-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford, who's going to be in studio with us coming up here in the next segment. You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way in an hour. Martin, you're a Design Air client. Doug's one. I'm one. Tell me about Design Air.
Tim, not just a Design Air client, but a satisfied customer of Design Air. I love the whole process working with them. And when you meet Seth, you can tell he's got a great team, got a passion for the industry. It's a family-owned business, fourth generation. I love hearing the history of how it's evolved. Heating and cooling, comfort in your home, how that's changed over the years. And Design Air has kept up with all the changes, and that's a benefit to you when they come into your home. If it's a repair, they'll get things fixed. They'll get it right. But if you need a replacement, you need a new HVAC unit, they'll explain all of the industry trends, things that have changed. It is a bit of an education, and they do a great job with that. All the way through the installation, you will be satisfied. Great employees, just a great vibe when you work with Design Air. And if the heat goes out, the air conditioning goes out, it's a little stressful. You don't have to stress about anything when it's Design Air. They'll come in and get it fixed right, stand behind their work. Fourth generation, St. Louis-based, family-owned. That's all you need to know. DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day, and the $10,000 HVAC system on the line coming up at 9:45 with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. It is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford joining us, taking your two-part questions on the Blues. He will be in studio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. From the Stiefel Studios, this is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you will find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Jackson, are you going to give out a play here?
I am.
What do we got?
In addition to those playoff boosts, FanDuel is also giving away some NBA profit boost, 25%. Tim, I'm using that as the Thunder head to the Cream City to take on the Bucks. The over of 226.5 for the Thunder and Bucks tonight.
Doug, an over.
Boost that up 25%. Pretty nice.
Wow, how do you do? Then apply your profit boost, and you can go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Boy, do you think it's Ralph Tresvant's birthday?
I don't know. If
Bobby
it's
Brown's birthday? Michael Bivens' birthday?
I don't know whose birthday it is.
Ronnie Bell? Ricky DeVoe? Johnny Gill? I don't know.
None of the above. Just felt like Mr. Telephone Man hasn't been played in a while.
Really?
Okay. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio with us. Joe Buck was on the Callier and Thompson phone lines in the previous segment, recounting the experience of watching his school, Indiana, win the national championship on Monday evening in Miami. And you can always go back and podcast, Schaefer Door Company podcast. Also, an article on camov.com that I think it's starting to get some attention. And we had Senator Eric Schmidt in studio on Friday, and he was in talking about his campaign to get the Billikens to the Big East, and then also his involvement with being on the Commerce Committee in college football and some changes to NIL and the transfer portal. But since then, now he's talking about St. Louis and the NFL. And so we will talk about that coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in studio next. We have only done 3 segments, and we're an hour and 45 minutes in. And real candidly, Doug, that isn't the time management that we usually practice, because we like these quick.
Probably Jackson's fault.
Thank you.
But the boy's trying.
Yep, exactly right. So JR is going to join us in the next segment. The table has been set here on the Polos Plus dossier as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on TMA. Jeremy Rutherford in studio coming up. And you can send in your 2-part questions for JR at 314-399-9646 or open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and we will pull them from the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. JR just walking into the studio right now, and we're going to talk it over with Jeremy Rutherford here in a matter of moments. I'm going to see Dr. Brandon Pryor today. I continue to have just, Doug, these toothaches. I mean, just brutal. Really? And he's going to fix me up real nice. Okay. Like, if you're struggling to eat steak, missing a tooth, dentures, it's floating around like a hockey puck, get to know Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental. It's on Manchester in Baldwin. Complex rehabilitative dentistry, implants, reconstructions, giving you the ability to chew and smile back to 100%. Most dentists charge you $500 just to find out what's wrong, and that's not Dr. Pryor. And this is specific for the TMA audience. Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation, and that's a $450 value on the house just to see if you're a good candidate. So here's what you can get. Get your smile and life back. Call 100 West Dental. It's 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them that I sent you, and you get a complimentary implant consultation. That's 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor on Manchester in Baldwin, 100westdental.com. Jeremy Rutherford in studio taking your 2-part questions next, and an update on Eric Schmidt's article regarding the NFL in St. Louis. You can read that at KMOV.com. That coming up at the top of the hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby. We can win this, baby.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. It's a nice thought, Doug. It is a nice
band,
thought.
though. We got a wonderful band here.
What if we had a real band? We should have a real band.
I've thought about that. Like the Tonight Show gets a band. All these late night shows have their own band. We could use one. The studio's big enough.
Yeah. And Doc Severinsen was a big star. Kevin Eubanks. Kevin Eubanks, kind of a big. Paul Schaefer, huge star.
Oh, yeah.
In that role of band leader.
I'm sorry. I think it's possible.
You missed a lot, Tim.
You talking about Paul Schaefer, and then I even ran faster.
Like, wow, I really missed a lot. How in the hell are they talking about Paul Schaefer?
We'd like a band in here.
We have yet to introduce JR's here, though.
Unbelievable. Like Tiger Woods in 2000.
They were talking about how good the show was, and of course I get the 45-minute drive, every Wednesday. So I was going to tell you guys, there's 8 billion people on this earth. I don't know how many shows are out there, but this has to be the only one that can talk about Pogs, Hacienda Decor, and Mark Few's winning percentage.
Oh, yeah.
See, you got to diversify.
Touch a lot of bases.
Got to diversify. That's the key.
Brian Kunderman, the SLU sports information director yesterday.
The Dish, better known as.
The Dish, who brings us Josh shirts to the studio. We were texting about a couple of things. He said, you really need to start a logistics podcast. Because a guy on Twitter was talking about what's their travel plan, because they're in Pittsburgh to play Duquesne, but then they'll be in that St. Bonaventure town of Olean, which is hard to get to. And he had already told me they're leaving Thursday. They're staying in Pittsburgh 3 nights, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they'll leave it. And this guy wrote back, and it says he's a former Billiken manager. He goes, no, I really doubt that. And so I said to Kunderman, I'm in a logistics fight with a guy on Twitter. So the podcast in the works.
Jared, do you know if the Blues are back in St. Louis or Manitoba? Or they're just going right to Texas and spending a couple nights down there?
I would think that they'd still be in Winnipeg. Let's text Joey or something, and then fly to Dallas today. Two days in between.
Yeah, it's the rare trip from Winnipeg to Dallas after a start in Edmonton. Odd scheduling. But it did not go well in either place after, once again, getting a little momentum by shocking. I mean, I would bet that would have paid like plus 1,500 to beat the Hurricanes and the Lightning. They then have the debacle on Sunday night, and then last night didn't necessarily play poorly, but it didn't get it done, and now they sit second to last in the standings with Winnipeg with the game in hand. Your analysis of the state of the Blues Union before I go to the 2-part questions coming your way, which I would imagine, and it does. I see Harrison's brother Master is waiting.
Yeah, and by the way, thanks for setting me up with the tough go here. I got a text from Skip Berkmeyer, said nothing like coming in after Joe Buck. So this is like NBC. I'm following up Friends here. So
I was the reason I was late is I was on the phone with Senator Eric Schmidt about his comments regarding the NFL. So you are the sandwich of Joe Buck and a U.S. Senator, and that's the way that it should be in Jefferson County.
Always associated with sandwiches. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Hey, the Blues are not scoring, right, guys? So 5-0 loss to Edmonton the other night, and the last night they get the power play goal from Jordan Kyrou. It's kind of been the story of the year. So overall, like you said, not too bad last night. Good 5-on-5 game. The Jets pick up a couple power play goals themselves on that double minor to Nathan Walker. Yeah. But by and large, as we know, the big story, Kyrou, Buchnevich, those guys not scoring, and last night was another case of that.
And your column this morning in The Athletic, Doug, we've called this recommended reading.
Is it?
Just like Landman is recommended viewing, and then Jackson's podcast, Movie Boy, where we talk about Landman, will be recommended listening. This is recommended reading. What would a Robert Thomas trade look like for the Blues? Comps, return, and would it be worth it? So you go into detail with Shayna Goldman, breaking down what this would look like, because Darren Dreger was talking about it, and we played that sound on Monday where he's like, number one, how does it even get to this point? And when scoring's at a premium on the market, a guy like him being available. So, JR, summarize, if you would, what you and Shayna came to the conclusion of.
Yeah, and first of all, I just want to set the table here. Is it a possibility? Yes. Could they trade Robert Thomas? I've heard his name. You talk to people around the league, and his name name's been out there. So, when Darren Drager and those types of guys bring it up as well, they're hearing it when they talk to the NHL executives. And that's typically how that happens is if Doug Armstrong reaches out or he's fielding calls on a guy, then typically those guys will find out. So we wanted to set out and write a story about what that would look like. And I started the story, Tim, by saying, what is his value to the Blues and what does Robert Thomas bring to the Blues? I think most Blues fans who've been paying attention since he's been here can probably tell you that story. But I dug a little deeper with some of the stats, particularly this year, and his goals per 60 is right in line, just a little bit off from what he's done the past couple years. It's his assists that are down. And if you look, it's pretty significant. And so what that kind of told me when writing the story is that if some of the other guys on his line, the wingers, are scoring and converting some of these chances, then we might not be talking about Robert Thomas having a down season. So, that's not to take him off the hook. That's just to say that if you dig a little, his assists per 60, primarily his secondary assists are down. And I think those of us watching this year could tell you that that's where the Blues haven't been coming through and scoring.
Is any of that system related, or they just not have the right players?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think it's a complicated answer. I think that when you have the struggles that the Blues had defensively earlier in the year, really all season, then I think it just throws everything else out of whack. The coach is preaching defense. You're changing from a zone defense to a man-to-man, and now all of a sudden you just don't have that quick step. You're not comfortable jumping into your offense. The defense isn't jumping up and joining the play just because everybody wants to stay back and keep the puck out of their own net. So I think that's, where it gets a little complicated.
I know plus minus isn't everything, but it's something. And some of those numbers are getting really ugly.
Yeah,
Shin
it really is.
minus 25, and Fowler minus 21. Buchnevich minus 16.
Yeah.
Just the whole group is having like the worst season of their career.
And that's why I think they're interconnected is when you talk about some of these guys on the ice for a lot of goals and then not scoring a lot of goals, it's kind of connected. So I don't have the answer to that big picture. I don't think the coaching staff does too, or else, things have been changed. To me, if you had to pin it down to something, it's just not the personnel. The talent's not there with some of these guys.
Two-part questions are welcome while Jeremy Rutherford is in, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreen-ws.com. Mark Hanna, longtime TMA and Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor. Doug, there's no better way to start off a Wednesday morning with Jeremy Rutherford than a question from Harrison's brother, Master. Greetings, JR. Why haven't the Blues made any moves? They've supposedly been, quote, open for business for the last 3 months. Are Armstrong's prices too high? I'll never forget the infamous quote on Pavel Buchnevich, quote, "You can ask, but you won't like the price." I bet that's a putt he'd like to have back. He is overvaluing these guys. That's Harrison's brother, Master.
Well, it's a good point this week. He finally has a good point. No, I'm just but I think it's a situation like this. When he said that about Pavel Buchnevich, that was back when he was putting up some points and scoring some goals, 30 goals a few years ago. So I think the price was high and probably deservedly so. Now Doug's in a situation where, let's just say he wants face value. If teams are calling and offering less than face value, is he to make it? Is that going to make the Blues a better team? And maybe a lot of fans out there will say, yeah, if you can move those guys and you attach a pick, a sweetener, to move from those contracts, then that's going to help the Blues in the long run. If Doug found a move that could have done that, I'm sure he would have done it by now. But it's not there yet, and he's going to take his time to wait for that right move.
We see the Anderson move over the weekend. Do you think that that's a domino that then gets things going, or that's not necessarily related to the Blues and how things could kickstart here?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think there are a couple moves made. Sherwood went from Vancouver to San Jose, and then Anderson, Calgary to Vegas. And it does, in a way, kind of get things ignited in terms of when moves get going. You tend to see a string of them. But I don't think that's just going to have any impact on the Blues trying to trade a Kyrou, a Thomas, Buchnevich.
JR, how do you read the Steve Ott move to Springfield? Because clearly it benefits him if he wants to be a head coach. They talked a lot about that. This is a great opportunity for him. But does it benefit the big league club? Or was it, by design, like, hey, let's freshen up our staff here? Or was it simply done not just to appease him, but I guess they wanted the guy out in Springfield. What was your read?
I think it's twofold. And before I, spell out that twofold, I think that first and foremost, what people have to understand is the respect that Doug Armstrong and Alexander Steen have for Steve Ott. So if people want to talk about, a change needed to be made with the staff this offseason going into next year, could the Blues have made a change and parted ways with a couple of these guys? They might. Is what people see the Steve Ott demotion, whatever you want to call it, to Springfield as a way to give him a soft landing in terms of moving on from him, but yet still finding a home from him. I don't see it that way because Steve Ott wants to be a head coach, and Springfield is part of the organization. You want the guy that you're sending down to Springfield to be successful. So I think they still see Steve Ott as a guy who's on his way up and is still in good standing with the organization, and so they're going to put him in charge of Springfield. I do think that you probably will see some changes with the coaching staff this offseason, and, it looks like Steve Ott won't be back with the Blues staff, but, that could change depending on how he fares with Springfield.
I would think it'd be a better job to be an assistant at the NHL level than a head coach in the minors. Is that not?
Well, yeah. The only thing is Monty's on a 5-year deal, and if is Steve going to get a job in the NHL elsewhere just based on being an assistant with the Blues for 9 years? He could. If the Blues were top of the league and he was one of the hot up and coming assistants, then I suppose. But if that's not the case, then he's got to go get the feet wet.
Yeah, we had a text yesterday saying that there was a rumor. So I'm asking to try to get some clarity, if you have any, that he wanted the gig when Bannister got it, and that there was some frustration there. Any
I've heard both ways. I've heard that at one point he didn't want it. I don't know if it was when Bannister got it, but I think there's a situation where, I think he would have been offered it or at least had first right of refusal at that point. But I was told that he didn't want it at that point, so kind of contradictory information.
This one comes from Beer Cats, not his son, Doug, of course. He is his coital hype man.
Right.
And Beer Cats.
He's kind of a hot wife enthusiast.
His hot wife Autumn, you're right. Hey, Ruthsy, what's the chance of Armstrong trading the entire franchise for a WNBA team to fulfill Pagan Burkett's dream? Part 2, best Chinese food in Jefferson County. Okay. That's from Beer Cats.
Best Chinese food. Let's see here.
Probably a Walk Express somewhere.
I can tell you what it is. It is the Great Peking. It's next to Fox High School.
Oh, is that right? Pretty good place, huh?
So if you have a wrestling tournament one weekend at Rickman Auditorium, then you need to make your way over to the Great Peking.
They got a buffet over there?
They do. They did. I think I was the person who was responsible for the buffet.
Carlos Spicy Wiener always is monitoring the Jeremy Rutherford, Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategy segment. 2 parts. JR, when do they start blowing this thing up? I really want them to tank for a shot at the number 1 pick because the NHL will rig the lottery again for a big market team like ours. And number 2, since moving to Fenton, I've noticed the BMI numbers around me have skyrocketed. I thought they started making people get on scale before they went north across the county line before allowing entry. Rascal scooter situation out of hand, too. Almost as bad as Disney World. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Well, that's why the truck stop is in Fenton, so you can get on the scale before you move in there. And I think that in Arnold, and then, Chairman, what do you say? You go a little further south, there's another truck stop. That's why they have those big scales as you go down 55, right before Herky. And then the tanking, I think it's a situation where, listen, if you're playing poorly, why do you need to tank? Why do you need to make moves to tank if you're second to last right now?
You're already there. They're already getting it done.
Yeah. Folks, we are tanking. We just didn't plan on it.
If the league's going to rig the number 1 pick, it'd probably go to the Rangers, don't you think? Because they're horrible, too.
Yeah, they're right there. And then you have Vancouver below you. Did you guys see that this week, The Athletic, you guys love the lists on The Athletic, and they changed their number 1 pick from Gavin McKenna. He was the number 1 pick on the past couple lists, and now it's Ivar Stenberg. Otto's brother is the projected number 1 overall pick in draft. So,
Doug, are we going to have a Sedin situation?
I don't know. Well, you would want as many of those changes as possible to let you know there's a lot of players out there, and even if they don't get the first pick, they're still going to get a quality guy down the road.
I'm sorry, I thought you were...
I'm done with that point. It was a hot take, and I was finished with it.
I did a quick audit of the text, and it just says, JB is the best. I'm sorry, I thought it said JR is the best. It was for Joe Buck. I'm sorry, but JR, you are also the best.
That could be Jackson Burkett is the best.
Burkett's the best.
Yeah.
Jim Bob Bill is the best. Take it all back.
See what happens after coming in for him?
Yeah.
All the J's.
The goalie situation in Chicago. Binner, Hofer, and Ott. Seems this is a way to move from Ott. I feel Monty has lost the room. Doug, that's from the 618.
What in the world? The goalie situation in Chicago, Binner, Hofer, and Ott. What do you make of that? The hell's he trying to say?
Was that a reference to when Hofer wasn't ready in Chicago?
Oh,
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
No, every time Hofer, I was just glad Hofer was out there at the beginning of the game last night, Doug. That means he was dressed and ready.
Yeah, that situation is just blown over. They don't talk or worry about that.
Yeah, no, I think there's been
we got bigger
bigger things since then. Yeah.
But I guess the point this guy's making is maybe Montgomery has lost the locker room. You don't see that,
I don't think so. Yeah, no. And I got to tell you guys something. I know we kid around here. He has been doing some major coaching in the past 2 or 3 weeks in practice. It's been noticeable. That's not to say it wasn't there early on in the year, but this isn't a situation where they're mailing in the rest of the season, at least what I'm watching in practice. Like, there's a lot of instruction going on. There's a lot of stop and start, and there's a lot of barking. There's a lot of players asking questions. So, does anything happen the rest of this year in terms of, this team sticking in anything and finding some consistency? It doesn't seem like it, but I'll tell you what, these guys are getting after the players on a daily basis.
Would you ever think about moving out of Jeffco and getting close to the Centene Center for the practices?
Then the taxes would go up, right?
Oh, well, I don't know.
And what else is out there in Maryland Heights that would attract a...
Well, not right there by Centene Center, but there's a huge residential area.
I could be closer to watching Maroon 5 come to town.
I would think so.
Yeah, you like that Adam Levine?
Well, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, off air you say he's got a nice tight body.
I never said that.
You guys think if a boy band were looking for a lead singer, Mark Hanna could be?
Boy, that's a nice choice. Yeah. That's a nice choice. Jackson would be the lovable one.
I would.
He would be the lovable one.
Yeah, it'd be like the one that contrarians would pick as their favorite. Be like, well, my favorite's Jackson.
That is kind of a boy band name.
Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly was a very famous boy band.
Yeah.
I picked my basketball number, of course, to be the Jackson 5.
Wow.
Because when you can't get playing time, you might as well do some bits.
Someone's got an eye on himself.
Hey, JR, what do you think of Booch's backhand? Also, thoughts on chicken and waffles. Thinking of open one in Hillsboro. Think I could retire early and increase the town's cholesterol by 43%. That's from Shripley Pibbles, who used to send in pictures of his wife, but no longer does because he's mad that I picked Mississippi State to cover against Missouri.
If you open up a chicken and waffles in Hillsboro, I'll move there before I move to...
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chicken and waffles, anybody?
It's a nice treat.
I don't think I've ever had it.
Is that right? Ooh, that syrup on the chickens? Mmm.
How do they serve the chicken? Like a whole fryer gets plopped on a waffle?
Depends on the place.
That's exactly right,
A
Papers.
wing or just chunks of chicken or...
Would you take the skin off?
Yeah, of course.
No free ads,
Is
but
it like a
the
piece of-
Shack makes a really nice chicken and waffle.
Is it like a piece of fried chicken?
Oh, you never had it, Martin, for real?
I don't think so.
Ooh, Bill.
It is a good combo.
But is it like a piece of fried chicken?
Almost always fried.
Sitting next to a waffle.
Yeah.
And syrup poured, drizzled all about.
Grilled chicken and waffles would be silly.
How about best of starting at 10 o'clock? Let's roll.
Ooh.
Let's go get it.
That sounds good to me.
Not a bad idea.
See, Doug, you've never had a chicken and waffle. You will never experience what it's like to have to take the scissors out of the drawer and cut an extra hole in your belt loop at the very end.
Yeah, you need to experience
It
that.
sounded pretty specific.
Hey, JR, if all the hot guys in the studio were on the trade block, who would have the highest trade value besides Tim? Also, are the rumors true that Canyon Cafe is moving from Frontenac to Arnold? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she's now in an alliance with Harrison's Brother Master and Sharon and Clayton.
Well, I'm going to go with, this is going to be an upset here. I'm going to go with Jackson over Tim.
Oh, wow.
Is it the contract?
The upstart.
Yeah. It's the contract. Canyon Cafe, she's taking some heat today, right?
Canyon Cafe, yeah.
People are saying that there's a lot of Mexican places.
Hacienda?
Yeah.
Session Taco, formerly known as Mission Taco, and Canyon Cafe.
It's
all
so
going by
crazy.
the wayside this weekend, too,
Yeah.
JR.
It's so crazy, guys. Martin, when you made that observation earlier, listening to the show on my 45-minute drive here, that Hacienda, where were they just not keeping up with anything there? Like the one or two times I've been there in the last 10 years, like this looks like the place I was at in 2002.
Well, they kept expanding outward. I thought at one point they might just move on to Manchester because they just kept exploding the outside area, which was great, tons of fun. But on the occasion when you would go inside, you say, it needs a little paint. And I think the owner referenced, I believe, what I saw, the statement, something about the building needs a lot of work and everything's getting more expensive. But
yeah,
they certainly, I mean, they killed it outside for a while.
And Doug, I don't know if you've had chicken and waffles, but these places, they do this thing. It's pretty cool. It's chips and salsa.
Oh, I have had that. Oh, yeah. At that very restaurant, I've had it many times.
Oh, yeah, we're almost at the 1 year anniversary of eating chicken wings in Florida. Papers, Doug and I, the three of us bonding, showmates for only a couple of months in, just enjoying life a little bit. And about a bite into that wing, Doug said, "That's about the worst thing you could put in your mouth." Because I got a whole plate of wings sitting in front of me, and wing one, I got the diatribe.
Yeah. That's the week that Arenado showed up on time, right?
Well, that's a tough talk. It's a tough talk.
That same guy could be there again because he works for the Cardinals and he is Nolan's cousin, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Well, we broke the story.
We did. Yeah, it's nice to have that kind of insight on a show. JR, you're heading down the hallway to do the Last Minute Blues podcast?
Yes, we are. We're going to talk about that one goal last night that the Blues scored, and we're going to...
Number 25, Doug.
Can you get 3 hours out of that?
We're going to try.
He had 13 games without... I know that's been discussed on this show. Don't want to activate Bucko, but he had 13 games without a goal, so at least Cairo got off the schneid.
Well, and that's the thing with the story today at The Athletic is the Thomas trade and what could it look like. Like, let's say you hypothetically do trade Robert Thomas. You still have huge question marks in Buchnevich and Cairo. So I don't know how things are fixed, even if you were to make a trade like that.
Hey, real quick. I like to do arbitrary percentages. You may have heard me ask Martin for one on your 45-minute drive. That's your 50%.
No, I don't know.
The question is, and that might be the right answer, percentage you would give, and I may have asked you this before. It's certainly possible. We all forget what the hell we say on here. Percentage that between now and the deadline that one of the three, 89, 25, 18, goes.
I would say 10%.
Really? Holy crap. That surprises me.
I just think, March 6th right around the corner, and, is there a team that's in contention that's got room to add payroll that could...
Yeah.
So are you saying you think it's higher than that?
I would have thought it's higher than that.
Yeah.
And you were just asking if just one of the three.
One of them, yeah. Not to be clear, not all of them.
Three.
Yes, just
one of the three. Gosh.
I just see that
you think that'd be higher too then, Martin?
I would have guessed higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, it could happen. I just see it as a summer move, an off-season move. And that's even if it happens. So, are they trying? Yeah. But I think, Falk, Shen, those types of guys, that's 90-95%.
Yeah.
But I think the other guys...
But for now, a lot of it's salary cap related, that the teams that are good spend near the cap.
Finding the right fit. This is for Harrison's brother here is okay, what would be an acceptable trade for Jordan Kyrou? Like, are you trading Jordan Kyrou for a guy who is a 20-goal scorer in the NHL? And are you going to be happy with that just to unload Jordan Kyrou? Because I don't think that's the way Doug Armstrong's looking at it.
Well, okay. Be nice to have a 20. They may not have a 20-goal scorer this year.
Hey, good point.
They're on a pace to not have one.
That Scheifele got his 25th last night. I'm like, can you imagine having a guy with... And they're having a terrible year, but they got a guy with 25 goals.
Yeah. And if you can trade Buchnevich and you rid yourself of the last 5 years of the contract and you bring back an NHL player, maybe you could be happy with that. But I think Doug has to, wait to see if anybody's going to step up and want to make a move like that. And then when those offers potentially do come in, which is the best one. That's why I just think it's going to take more time than early.
How much could you expect to get for a guy who's not performing very well? Makes a lot of money, and it's a long-term contract.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to look at it from a perspective of if there is a deal. Like, people could be listening to this, Doug could be listening to this and say, look, nobody's calling him Buchnevich. Hey, I get it. I agree with that. I'm just saying that if you're looking at it from the idea of you want to make this trade, it's going to take some time.
Chaim Bloom, you get it. Here you go. You want to just take this guy, maybe he goes to Boston, and just give him a bunch of money. Yeah. That's the model, Doug.
Well, it would put more people in the airport.
See? It goes back to saving the airport.
My theory is Binnington plays really well at the Olympics. Stock goes back up for a minute, and then you trade him.
Okay.
He didn't seem to buy that.
No.
I picked up a read as well.
We call that pre-writing. So I'm going to go home and pre-write the story.
I like
But
6 paragraphs. Again, it's another guy with a big contract, though, and you got to find a team
But he's coming off
room.
Under this premise, though, Doug. He's coming off a great run at the Olympics. Everybody's excited. He's back, man. He's back. And that's when if you're going to move him anyway, you're thinking Hofer's your guy.
Right, I understand
that's
that.
Your chance.
That's all great, but how many teams can afford to put him under the salary cap? That's the problem. Not that these guys aren't valuable guys to a contending team. It's just the contending teams don't have room for them.
Yeah, and typically if you're in a playoff position, you've got a decent goalie, so those types of moves aren't usually made. But the Blues did it with Ryan Miller, so it is possible.
Jeremy Rutherford, you can read his column this morning in The Athletic on what a Robert Thomas trade would look like for the Blues. That's at The Athletic on the app and theathletic.com. And he is going to go record the Last Minute Blues podcast. He joins us every Wednesday in studio. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. JR, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mark.
That is Jeremy Rutherford here on TMA. We'll take a commercial break. Now, here, I want to let people know this story that is making its way around social media that comes from KMOV.com. Senator Eric Schmidt wants the NFL back in St. Louis. We will read the story, and I talked with the senator in between commercial breaks and give you some context on what he had to say regarding it. That is coming up on the other side of the break. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Billikens defeat the Duquesne Dukes last night, 81-77. Make that 12 wins in a row for the Billikens with 5 players with 10 points or more last evening, 18-1 on the campaign for SLU. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I mean, what is Jackson doing today? Shy if I ever fall in love, Doug? God, I mean, does this take you back to the mixers?
Not so much, because this wasn't playing during my mixer days.
Did you go to sock hops?
Yeah. The girls wore poodle skirts. I wore pink tux.
You tried talking to your best gal?
I did, yeah.
I like that. What was the impetus for Shies if I ever fall in love? Well, you're just having a big day.
Yeah, that 90s R&B's Essentials on Apple Music is a treasure trove.
It is indeed.
Wonderful mixes. So figured it's time to knock the dust off this one and bring it back.
Oh, Jackson Burkett having a huge show here on the morning after. It is the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, who also is the sponsor of Jeremy Rutherford's weekly appearances on the program. Joe Buck with us in the 8 o'clock hour, and you can always go back and podcast like the Dickens. And the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Our studio sponsor is Stiefel, and we are grateful to have a company as prestigious as Stiefel as the studio sponsor here on the morning after. Coming up at 9:45, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at 9:45. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen online at GetBC.com. Brody Herman, son of Ed Herman, came in yesterday, Doug, and he just dropped knowledge for like 25 straight minutes. We got knowledge. Brown and Crouppen comes in the studio because they are local. And if you're in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who is local? That's Brown and Crouppen, founded in St. Louis in 1979 and still right here in the St. Louis area after more than 45 years of practicing in St. Louis. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. And remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. A gentleman by the name of Colonel Angus is not happy, and he says, when is the podcast going to load?
Oh, gosh.
Went long on the first segment, so...
A lot of college basketball talk.
Yeah, and then we also had Joe Buck on, so we didn't really break for that till like 8:40, so it's coming. It's up now.
It's up. There you go.
Okay, sometimes it takes a second.
That's the title of the segment, Chairman. You pride yourselves on the titles of the segments.
Segment hour 1 is the one you're talking about, right?
That's right.
That is titled... God, this is taking longer than I thought.
What is the name of
Victorious but Still Broke.
Victorious but Still Broke.
Okay.
I forget the context of that, but...
I enjoy the podcasting that happens, and people will text me later in the day. BJ Rains lives out in Idaho, and he said... By the way, Garrett Stevenson teaches pitching to kids in Boise. And I'm like, Garrett, we were talking about earlier in the day, and I couldn't remember why, but we did, and there's an answer.
See?
Doesn't seem like there's a lot of pitchers coming out of the Boise area. Maybe he's not doing that good a job.
Jeez, going after Garrett Stevenson and his work with the kids.
Garrett Stevenson, hot topic on the program yesterday, showing that we are at the forefront of the current events. Now, this is a hot topic. Had you guys heard about this interview at all coming into today's show? I know I asked you off air leading into the program at the big show prep meeting that starts at 6:59. But Senator Eric Schmidt, who was in studio with us, did an interview with KMOV, and the headline has gotten some attention. Martin, you were not familiar with it?
Not at all.
Doug, you were not familiar?
Well, I'd seen some of it, yeah.
Oh, you had? Okay.
I saw some of it when it was on TV.
Still watching KMOV. How about that, Martin?
Yeah.
Loyal to the soil.
How's the 5 Fox feel about that? It's your new gig.
I don't tell him.
So this article came out on KMOV.com, and it says St. Louis has been hit hard by the NFL exodus. First came the Cardinals in '88, then the Rams in 2016. Now, with the Chiefs set to leave Missouri in 2031, the region faces a grim reality. 3 NFL franchises lost in just 4 decades. I have to say respectfully, Martin, I can tell by the facial expression.
I think the Chiefs moving across the state line is the equivalent of a team moving
across the country.
If we could just
and
parse
it's also
that
not really our team, I say, of course, with all due respect. But there is a new push to bring professional football back to the Gateway City, and it's coming from an unlikely champion. Senator Eric Schmidt has been making headlines for his efforts to bring more high-profile sports to St. Louis, including a push for St. Louis University to join the Big East. But when we sat down with him, the conversation turned to something even bigger, getting an NFL team back. As a former Rams season ticket holder, Schmidt knows the sting of losing a team. Quote, I was a Rams season ticket holder for years. It was a shame that they left St. Louis. St. Louis deserves an NFL team, he said, end quote. When asked the critical question about public funding, here is how the conversation went. The reporter from KMOV, and Doug, you worked with this gentleman, David Amolati. Am I pronouncing it? I don't want to be mispronouncing his name. Should public dollars be used for that? Do we need to give tax dollars to billionaires? And Senator Schmidt responds, I don't think so. I actually think from some of the settlement money, if you did it right, if you invested that right now, you could probably build a stadium with the settlement dollars they got from them leaving. That would be my approach. Schmidt is referring to the settlement St. Louis received when the Rams departed in 2016. His idea is to tap that fund to build a stadium without burdening local taxpayers. I was not aware of that article. I woke up this morning and Senator Schmidt had texted me and saying, hey, it would be good to talk about this off the air so I can give you some context. And I texted him when I got up and said, hey, if you got time before 7 o'clock, I'd love to hear the context you're talking about. And we just got a chance to talk off air about, 25 minutes ago. And he said, I want to make sure the audience knows that when I did this interview, I was asked about 20 questions. It wasn't like we sat down to talk about the NFL returning to St. Louis. He said, now, with that established, so he wants to make it clear that
it's not on his agenda. He's not making the rounds to promote this.
Correct. I mean, when he was in studio with us 5 days ago, it didn't even cross my mind to ask about it because it's not something that, in my mind, is even remotely close to happening. In addition, as strange as it might sound, something that we were talking about off air here is while that settlement money from the Rams is, a nice amount of money, it isn't going to get you remotely close to home on building a stadium in 2026 or 2030 or whatever it would be. And as I was talking with the senator on the phone, the money isn't just like sitting somewhere. Some of it went to the city, some of it went to the county, some of it went to the CVC, a third of it went to the attorneys who slayed the dragon, and so it's been divvied up. Now, he said, if you could get some organization on it, though, and you invest that is how that money turns into something that would be significant and could make it possible. And he did want the audience to know this, because I thought he was kind of saying, okay, this was taken a little bit out of context. He said, I do think that there is an avenue for this to happen. And he gave his reasoning, and since it was an off-air conversation, I will respect the detail of his reasoning. If he wants to say it publicly, then, of course, he has the forum here or elsewhere to do so. But he said, from a region perspective, as far as, self-esteem goes, which I think St. Louis is certainly dealing with an uphill climb with that at this particular moment. Imagine if you could have a spot where St. Louis has a renovated, expanded airport is in the works, which became a topic on the program on Monday when we were talking about Joe's tweet. We just talked with Joe Buck about his tweet in the 8 o'clock hour, and you could have momentum with an NFL franchise in St. Louis and what that would do for the mindset of St. Louis if you had that going. And he goes, I want people to know that this is something that I don't consider to be impossible. He also said it's not like it's in the red zone as far as getting close to happening, but he gave his reasoning, and that is the root of it. So if you see the headline and you think, oh, then this means something is actually percolating, that would not necessarily be accurate if that is one's perception after reading the headline and or the article.
I mean, it's fun to talk about, but with all due respect, I'd say there's close to 0% chance the NFL is coming to St. Louis. Even if you could cobble that money together, which is complicated and messy, they're still fighting about whether they should, pave a sidewalk with it or whatever they're doing. We could talk about it and have fun thinking about it. There's close to 0% chance, even if you had some wacky math that built the stadium. The value of these franchises right now are in the $4, $5, $6 billion. They're not just giving you a team. Then you get the stadium built. Then you need an owner. Somebody got to write a check for about $6 billion maybe to get into the league. So I think it's a little bit of fantasy. It's fun to say, and you should never say never, but I wouldn't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
I think if there was any hope, it might come from a guy like Dave Stewart. I think the NFL would probably like the idea of a minority-owned team. This guy's worth, according to Forbes, $12.4 billion, one of the founders of Worldwide Technology. Sports fan. If there's any hope at all, it might be that kind of scenario, I would think.
Somebody's going to have a ton of money to back.
He's got that.
Correct. But I'm saying it's going to have to be somebody with a ton of money to back the idea.
Now, I am reverse
even then, it's a long shot.
Engineering. And I don't know, Martin, I don't know if we've ever talked about this on air or off air for that matter. I do think, and I may be in the minority on this, I do think that it was at least live during the litigation before the settlement, that if St. Louis dug in and essentially shoved all in, risking the settlement money, and then therefore the attorneys who are working on a contingency risk their fees, very important part of the conversation, that if St. Louis, and I use the term shove all in, and by that I mean goes, hey, we're not settling. We'll settle if you give us a team. We're going Cleveland Browns. We're going Baltimore Ravens. We're going, not Baltimore Ravens. The Browns, certainly. Who else? I feel like Houston Texans.
What, that lost a team, you mean?
That lost a team. We're getting...
Well, Cleveland.
L.A.
Baltimore lost the Colts. They got a team. Cleveland left for Baltimore.
L.A. got relocated teams.
Right.
I don't know if that would have been... But that's the way that this is going to go down. I do think that was live. And I have a primary source who has told me that he had a conversation with someone in a position of power in the area and said, I would like to, hear what the plan is with this because I think we have an opportunity here. And he said, oh, well, the attorneys are handling it. Well, I mean, this is business. I understand it, but what's the attorney's angle going to be? they're getting
get paid.
Absolutely. So
that goes back to the leadership.
When I have an attorney, the attorney gives me counsel, but the attorney still gets compensated for me. So I'm still calling the shots. I want the counsel, but I'm still calling the shots. And I don't think that that's necessarily what was going on in the case of St. Louis's leadership during that process. Now, one might say there was no chance in hell that was going to happen, and that is a fantasy, so, you're wasting your time on it. That, if there was a time, that is when I think it would have been more live than it is now.
Well, I would agree it was your one chance, your one shot at it, but I would still say that's even a real long shot. So how does that play out? Hey, we want to settle. St. Louis says no. So what's next? Do you go to court? Are you really going to have Kroenke in court, that kind of thing that never happens with billionaires? I don't know how that would have played out if they kind of got to the table and each side kind of had a stare down. But I don't think the NFL had any interest.
I agree with that.
But you're saying they would have been forced to?
I think you can put them to the test. And I think that is, this money, we hear about the settlement money. I mean, Doug, you were saying this from the beginning. I don't know what year it was that St. Louis got it. Was it 6 years ago at this point? and
seems about right.
How it's just been, and now it's being used to fund debt. And,
St. Louis County debt.
Gee,
and there was talk early that they would fund it to provide health care for the children of the Board of Aldermen. Give me a break.
So
he answered a question. So the Chiefs moving across the state lines, leaving the state of Missouri was the jumping off point, apparently. I have not seen the interview. And therefore, hey, what about an NFL team? Could we ever get an NFL team? And that's where Eric said, hey, I think we could.
Right. But it was not, with regard to Senator Schmidt appearing on this program, the background, and Martin, you know because you were the one who got it done, he reached out to you. It turns out he's a TMA listener, but he reached out to you and wanted to talk on the show about St. Louis University in the Big East, and also he's on the Commerce Committee and college football in these meetings that he attended in Washington, D.C. So that's how that came to pass. He reached out to you, and that's why he was in studio on Friday. There was not one mention of the NFL, and none of us asked about the NFL because we are all operating on the premise that's as close to 0% of a chance as you could possibly have. So then this article comes out, and then the reporter, David Amilati of KMOV, then follows up Senator Schmidt's comments by reaching out to St. Charles County Executive Steve Ellman and getting his response to it. County Executive Ellman says, if you are ever going to have a stadium, the demographic center of this Missouri part of the region is at 141 and I-64. That's where it would need to be. Doug...
There's nowhere to build a stadium.
Woods Mill Road is going to have an NFL stadium.
Perhaps
that could really help out business at Paulie Bottos.
I guess maybe he's identified that as the absolute center of the population in St. Louis. That doesn't mean a stadium has to go there. It could go close, I suppose, but there's nothing there.
So this St. Louis County location will be critical to any viable bid. When asked if St. Charles County could contribute financially, Ellman was blunt, quote, I don't think we would have money to put into it. End quote.
Okay.
However, he offered a nuanced take on the settlement money idea. Half the cost of the Dome at America's Center was paid for by taxpayers, he noted, suggesting the state, not just local officials, should have a say in how Rams settlement money funds are allocated. Ellman also cited decades of research. Quote, for the last 30 years, we've seen study after study show that subsidizing these sports teams really is not financially beneficial to the region. We are lucky to have the sports teams we have. We need to do what we need to so they stay here. But the price tag to bring an NFL team here might be more than I am willing to pay, he said. Perhaps most sobering, Ellman raised the specter of the lawsuit St. Louis filed against the NFL over the Rams relocation. Quote, when you lose a lawsuit like that, it may take a long time to forget about it. Even if it's in their financial interest to be here, you will have to overcome some lost feelings right now. I think that would be a problem. But Ellman wasn't entirely pessimistic. He pointed to a model that could work. The Regional Police Training Center, currently developed by St. Louis County, Jefferson County, Franklin County, and hopefully the city of St. Louis. Quote, I've said all along, if we can make that work on a smaller project, maybe we could do something on a larger scale, Ellman explained. I hope it would look like the collaboration we have had the last few years on that project. St. Louis County Executive Sam Page responded to KMOV's inquiry with cautious optimism. His spokesperson offered the following, quote, the first priority is to address the service reductions triggered by county council budget cuts. The NFL funds are important to help cover public safety and public health. Once we have a stable revenue source, NFL funds could be used as part of a creative package to attract an NFL team. In other words, Dr. Page would support the St. Louis region getting another team and is willing to work with Senator Schmidt on creative proposals, but only after immediate budget pressures are addressed. And then Mayor Kara Spencer's spokesperson said the city of St. Louis would welcome discussions with the NFL and any professional sports leagues about becoming home to a team, but we have had no recent conversations with the NFL. So there you go.
All of the politicians are going to say, sure, I'd love that. Now, who's going to say, no way, we don't want the NFL? And they're all going to say, sure, we love it. But I really think it's going to take some extremely wealthy person, individual, to do it. Because if it's put to a vote, do you want taxpayers to pay for a stadium? That'll never pass.
Guys, I think County Executive Ellman was actually saying 364 and 141, but it was not quoted properly.
Because
that would make a lot more sense.
Well, it didn't make sense that the St. Charles County Executive was talking about something over in Chesterfield. I didn't get that. So, yeah, 364, which would be the Page extension, going across that bridge area there, right by all the soccer fields.
That's Maryland Heights area.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would make more sense if somebody from St. Charles would be pointing to that area, where you have Family Arena kind of.
You could build quite a stadium there if they could acquire the property, because there's lots of land there.
But again, I think it's all. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think it's kind of all silly. But fun to dream. I'm sorry, kids, dream. Papers, I hope you and your kids have an NFL team.
That'd be great, man.
Just hang in there.
What percentage you put on, Shane?
2.
2?
In my lifetime?
Yeah.
2.
That's probably the right number.
Maybe high.
Yeah.
I wish when they got this settlement money, they just said, hey, Stiefel, invest this for us. And it'd probably be worth twice as much today as it was when they got it.
Because the RSA and actually the RSA, which runs the Dome, they also still, the other question I have is Rams Park. Kroenke could buy it for $1. I feel like that date has passed. I don't know what's going on with that. But the RSA that operates the Rams Park and the Dome, they started the lawsuit, and I think it started it. The lawyers will tell you that this whole thing started with like an $18 million lawsuit, and then it grew from there. The more they dug in and realized there could be damages. I think Smithers, his comment to the LA Times, is the launching point for the whole
it's unbelievable.
Corruption part of it.
So great.
Telling Ram Farmer that I remember the date specifically, looking out my eye. Like, wow, it really was all a big lie. Thanks for admitting it.
Oh, God. Guys, so my takeaway is the next NFL team in St. Louis is going to play at Parkway West. That's from Uncle Brendy. Doug the Longhorns will share a stadium.
I think that might be the Pattonville area, Maryland Heights.
But they're saying if the quote was 64 and 141 over there at Woods Mill, you have to get rid of a lot of houses to squish a stadium into there.
Nothing happening there.
I think that was that does appear to be a mistake.
Yeah.
Guys, the St. Louis side was never going to agree to another team when money was offered because they knew they could get the money and consistently dip into that money and personally use it with intent on never using it for what it was intended for, which is exactly what has been happening. It's from the 314. Yeah, I don't believe when that settlement was announced that it was celebrated as a way to fund debt.
No. It's look at all the new things we can build with this and all the great things that'll happen. And what's happened since?
We got a deficit. We're going to dip into it. Yep.
Yeah.
You got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in the next segment. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This show likes logistics, so here's a reminder. The Village Bar that we talk about all the time, hopefully you've been there. If you have not, it's on Manchester Road, right off 270. Get it? Off 270, you go east, maybe about a half mile, and there it is. So if you've never been, stop by and see them. Find out what we've been talking about for years. Get the best cheeseburger in town, side of fries. You can get the waffle fries, you can get the crinkle fries, you can get some wings, and you can order a drink there with 1879 Distilling. That's made right in back at the barn. Award-winning brands, spirits that are being made here in St. Louis. And that tasting room, pretty cool spot. If you've not seen it, little speakeasy. It's a gift shop. Really beautiful spot. It's open on Saturdays, noon to 5, where you can sample the products that we've also talked about for a long time now. Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. Taste the difference. Do it this Saturday from noon to 5. Make plans to stop by. Village Bar, always a great spot for lunch, happy hour, meeting friends, meeting family, grabbing food to go, all of the above. And now the home to 1879 Distilling. Read their story online. Stop by and see them on Saturday. It's 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back and forth. Back and forth. Doug Aaliyah.
Aaliyah, okay. Just nice to hear from her again.
CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and he is having a big R&B Wednesday here on 101 ESPN to the delight of the STL Today comment section. You can text in 314-399-9646. Then you can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where John Scores is talking to Doug's Lil River Birch.
Oh, I hated that river birch. Tree from hell. It's gone now, thank you. Nothing but mulch.
And Joe Buck was with us on the program. Jeremy Rutherford on the program, taking your two-part questions. You can always go back and podcast like the Dickens here on the presentation we were about to do, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, can you tell us about Design Air? Maybe bold, daring Adam? I don't know. They're going to be busy with the forecast this weekend.
If you're lucky, you'd get the bold and daring Adam, or maybe the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. Doesn't matter who you get from their stable of technicians. Someone will come out there and get you taken care of. You know, you don't often think about having regular maintenance on your furnace. You just kind of assume that it's going to work. But, boy, it's going to be put to the test here the next week or so with these cold weather temperatures. So hopefully your furnace is doing okay. If not, you go ahead and get it serviced right now. Or if you wait till it breaks down, Design Air will be out there and take care of that, too. That's what they do. It's what they've done since 1904. Not just another HVAC company either. Longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. Fourth-generation owned company. Seth Goldcamp runs it now with Design Air. They believe in honest work. They're not going to sell you something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. I've had them out to my house a couple times. Just great people. They'll do great work for you, too. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading down the stretch in Seth Goldcamp's $10,000 HVAC system promotion here. And right now, as we sit here on January 21st, 2026, with 8 Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day remaining in this month before somebody wins a $10,000 HVAC system, the incel from the other side of the church and Buck Swope are tied at the top of the leaderboard with 2 wins, but plenty of people have won 1, and there is all kinds of time for somebody to still win this thing who hasn't claimed to win yet. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. While Missouri has been disappointing Jackson and Doug, hold on a second.
Try it again.
While Missouri has been disappointing Jackson and Doug, has been strolling for young studs at the Galleria.
I have been?
Just read what it's
First time hearing about this.
What's the scenery?
I haven't been there. I don't know.
Could probably put a stadium where the Galleria is in a couple of years.
Yeah, sure could. Or South County Mall.
Huge car wash. Huge car wash right across the street. Tim is busy maintaining the excellence of the morning program, and of course Martin is still somehow attending an onboarding session. Whatever. I think we have missed the most crucial story of the new year. All-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP, baby.
Oh.
All the fats of our beloved region rejoice as they head to order 2, 3, or perhaps 4 short stacks and cover them batches in a blazing red strawberry syrup that sits on the tables of IHOP. You may think that the fats should avoid being so fat, but you are mistaken. There is very little to get excited about in our city, with the Blues sucking at the teat of mediocrity. The Cardinals are in full-on rebuild as the DeWitts are plotting the move to Nashville. Missouri is perhaps the most underachieving major university athletic program in the world. Jackson, how do you feel about that statement?
Untrue.
So the fact that the fats can waddle into IHOP and settle in for a while and enjoy those fluffy cakes, we have to be thankful. Tim's voice is what gets us all through the morning, and we just have to manage until he returns to the air at 7 a.m. sharp the following day, and that's where cakes come in.
Proofread.
P.S. Doug, I will be nominating you for the NBA Sixth Man of the Year award until we meet again. That's from Uncle Honey.
Uncle Honey. He's new.
Imagine you are about to enter another dive bar, a bar not only of sight and sound, but of mind and sensual touch and sensation. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination, like Wonka Land. Next stop, the Doug Zone, where the snozberries taste like snozberries. Where nightly couch lounging in a smoker's jacket lets cigarette ashes fall loosely on the couch. Where men saying their women touch at all adult emotions.
Proofread these before you hit send.
And bring levels of rage like a tarp attacking Coleman. What year is it? Doug doesn't know. He never knows. And we watch like a horror show, waiting for the couple doing the naughty to get butchered and scream at the sudden horror. And we keep watching. And Doug just wants a foot massage. Doug, that's from Manifested Mercy.
Odd. Manifested Mercy.
An ode to Cottleville. Cottleville is a masterclass in suburban emptiness dressed up as charming. It consists of one small street with a repetitive boutique selling unnecessary items and restaurants where the service is slow enough to make you question your life choices. The location is close enough to the central corridor to hear about interesting events, yet far enough away to ensure that you never attend. The social scene is ideal only if you enjoy discussing property taxes, school districts, and how things were, quote, better 10 years ago. If mediocrity had a zip code, it would be displayed on a decorative wooden sign at the city limits, provided there was room behind the live, laugh, and love decor. That's from Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Odd. Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Hey, fellas, you guys all do a great job on the show, but you know what I miss? I miss old Spready trying to coerce Doug into kissing Plowsy or anyone else on the show. There doesn't have to be any tongue, just a peck on the lips.
Oh.
Not that I'm into that kind of thing or anything. I just think it'd be funny. How does $50 sound for that? Okay, it doesn't have to be on the lips. How about just on the forehead? Again, I'm really not into it. I just think it'd be funny. Good old Spready. Where have you gone? Well, since Spready hasn't resurfaced, I'd like to make Doug an offer. Doug, how's this sound? I want you to pick anyone you want to off the dais, have them strip down and get on all fours, then punch that scroll.
All right, that's enough.
Like a speed bag?
Who was it, Tim?
Look at this, look at that.
Look at this, look at that. You've been suspended. Your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounters suspension logio, and that can't feel very good.
Misconnections. The Wentzville territories. I pulled up next to you Saturday at the red light next to Panda Express. Me in my Subaru Outback, because trees are people too, Doug. You, a late 2000s Dodge Ram, because nothing says I relocated here from Florissant in 2008 like a Hemi with the blues theme Yosemite Sam mudflaps. I could tell based on your goatee paired with 2.5 chins that you enjoy a good roller dog. Doug, do you prefer QT or on the run? I have to know.
Well, there's a mobile on the run right down the street here. I hit that pretty much. But,
but
I don't discriminate against QT. I'm a fan of that, too.
A breathable fabric fishing shirt in January because at your build, you're always sweating no matter the temps outside. Ooh, you're a bad boy. If this was you, meet me this Saturday morning in the Wentzville Rural King unisex restroom, the one with the half peeled off "Don't Tread on Me" decal near the door handle. I'll be the one openly podcasting the Biffin Show episode where Biff brought in 40 Jack in the Box tacos and did the show while his dog waited in the bed of his truck in the parking lot. See you there. That's from Al in Dadeville. Remember the TMA Live when Biff had a ringer that beat Gareth in a wing eating contest, and the ringer basically was just a 20-year younger version of Biff? That was a TMA moment.
Al in Dadeville.
What kind of company would my company be if everybody in it was just like me? Well, if its name was Tim McKernan, it would be perfect. 1987, Cinco de Mayo, Hacienda. The Mizzou journalism traveling mariachi band was flat killing it. I was 5 Cadillac margaritas in and feeling no pain. Then the lead singer made his move. I want some fries with that shake, pointing at me. During the break, he asked me to validate his valet parking, and then he opened up. I love free parking. It really turns me on. Then he took off his wig and mustache, revealing his flaxen hair. It's all fake. But what isn't fake is the tent I'm pitching.
Oh.
And guess what? The genie isn't going back in the bottle anytime soon. And then, like Rembrandt painting, The Storm on the Sea, he stroked my chest with his guacamole-soaked digits, resulting in my bristling mail letters.
Ah!
It's from a guy, I guess a guy?
It's from Kevin Miller?
No, his first name's Shay, and then the last name is Vim.
Shay Vine.
Have you guys seen the storyline from Heated Rivalry Season 2? The story files Mike Vindaloo, a journalist for the local paper who doubles as a dancer down at the local Dollar General. They have dancers at the local Dollar?
I don't think so.
Got to start somewhere.
He meets North Korean journalist Kim Jong-Jackson in town to cover an XFL lineman with North Korean ties. They start out hating each other. In the scrum after the game, they touch microphone tips multiple times and ask the same questions. Who's big for you? They say in unison. Then one night they both get stuck outside the stadium on the date of whatever the hell the XFL Super Bowl is. Doing their live spots from the street outside the stadium, they jockey for the best camera shot in the street as they bump and grind. A photo falls from the coat pocket of Kim Jong-Jackson. It was Hall of Fame journalist Doug Vaughn's picture from the Miami days. You like him too, said Mike. Kim slowly nodded as his pant grew. As they embraced in the heat of the moist bed the next morning, Kim thought, this is wrong. I was just horny off that Doug picture. I can't believe I let it happen again. Can't wait till the next episode of Heated Rivalry 2, Behind the Mic. That comes from HBO Max without the ads.
HBO Max without the ads.
Ours is the type of presentation where an obese soccer fan who can't kayak feels free to drop in at any time and provide a follow-up to the walking distance to Miami Gardens Uber lot that nobody was asking for. Doug, we get it. You don't work out guy. I was looking forward to hearing Nevin Shapiro's reaction to Miami's loss, but all we got was some nothing burger of a clip with a bunch of taking. How about Dan Lebatard? Nope, just Charles Barkley. For some reason, talking about that same female reporter. We're sitting here talking about the same things. I'm cutting Libby Jack some slack today. Not because he had a stroke trying to remember who was on Jimmy Calhoun's 2009 squad, but based on the masterclass of nitwittery farming from yesterday's 10 o'clock hour when Pagan Brunson served up a list entitled The Top Leaders in Sports. If anything, in this life is certain, if history has taught us anything, it's that you can kill 10 minutes on this idiot vortex. Is that what this is called, an idiot vortex?
I think so, probably so.
And somehow get paid for by having Doug guess the names on some asinine list. How did the Athletic determine the list? Well, Don Mattingly said it made him think Jason Barrett was in that body and making it up himself while pretending to pull a bunch of anonymous woke losers who had nothing better to do. When the dust settled and the textures had been thoroughly triggered, Jackson wore a satisfied grin, reminiscent of the Robert Redford meme from Jeremiah Johnson. You've come far, Pilgrim. That's from Buck Swope, DBA The Recess Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope.
I don't care what Chuck Todd says. Tim is a revolutionary. Nobody weaves in so many ancillary topics and challenges, nay, dares the listeners to follow along. Let's see Cam Wex tie porta potty enthusiasm and whole fried chicken served on a waffle into our semi-professional local sports. I went back to re-listen to yesterday's program last night because I just love it when Doug yells at the cackling hens. Let's be clear. Doug is here for two things, spitting hot takes and arousing the listeners. And he's all done spitting. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Jackson's Bear Man on Campus org, which most says is in pretty good shape.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, Marn. I don't have a lot of time this morning because of the old rat race. But I just wanted to drop in and say, Doug sit on my note right there at the end.
No.
And it's from Victor, the guy that you met down in Mexico.
I didn't meet him. He worked at the resort. That's it.
He sent in a picture. Looks like he's been working out.
Maybe he had. I don't know. I don't know Victor.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will fill out our secret ballots, and Jackson will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Martin is headed onboarding. We're headed to the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years and online at igotfloored.com. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to the staff, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in the following locations: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. I've had Sade lately. And it was her birthday last week.
I didn't want to play this one. The second before we came back, my Apple Music crashed on me, so I had to work quickly.
What were you going to play, boy?
What the hell is it called? I don't know. Like most of these songs, I'm just playing them off this. I'll find it and play in the next segment.
Nice. Something to look forward to. Getting better at teasing. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, boy. Doug, they are
not happy with us?
Yeah, the 636.
What's wrong?
Are we going to talk about sports at all on this show? It's from the 636.
He just let us have it. Doggone it.
Now, just to recap what has been discussed on the program, because we were being attacked for talking too much sports in the 7 o'clock hour, we talked about Missouri losing to Georgia, and the Billikens holding on to beat Duquesne in the 7 o'clock hour. Talked about the Blues losing to the Jets. In the second half of the 2 o'clock hour, had the delightful Dan Batard Nevin Shapiro clips in the 7 o'clock hour. Then we had Joe Buck, and what he does is he calls football on ESPN, Monday Night Football. And he was on for about 30 minutes. Then we had Jeremy Rutherford in for about a half hour, taking two-part questions from the listeners on the Blues. And then United States Senator has chosen this show to discuss his activities when it comes to campaigning for St. Louis University into the Big East, NIL and portal reform in college football, and clarifying an article, and he reached out to us to clarify that with regard to the NFL in St. Louis. So that's what's been discussed on the show for the first 2 hours and 45 minutes before we got to the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Doug, that's a recap.
Okay, that's a lot of sports.
And also an invite to get a taste.
A taste of what?
Me. You can do the same, 314-399-9646. I guess if you're not talking about a second-to-last place hockey team, you're not talking sports. With
probably not.
Some.
Yeah.
And let me let you know that you're never, ever going to get that on this program. And I mean never.
Okay. Or they can taste something.
That's
Watch
exactly
out.
right.
Here comes Suckboy Tony. Yeah, here he comes.
That's exactly right. So that's what you got. 314-399-9646. That is what you can get involved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got this YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can always get involved in the program by calling McCallier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz sliding into the dais here as Martin goes to deal with that onboarding process. It's just a process, you know? It's just a process.
A lot to it, sure.
So Martin is in onboarding, and Chairman Kurtz sliding into the dais, and Jackson is giggling as Carl Weathers and Sylvester Stallone are aggressively embracing after they sprint together in Rocky III, which is up on our monitor in the studio on a loop, and those are the Stiefel studios.
Okay.
This is new to me. I've never seen this.
Yeah.
Well, what are they doing exactly?
Rocky III is on AMC, and so I flipped the TV over. And perfect timing there as the famous embrace scene on the beach is happening.
Dancing together in the water.
Yeah.
You ever do that after you sprint with guys?
I haven't yet.
Especially a guy you just recently boxed twice.
I can't see it happening.
That was Apollo Creed.
Yeah. It's a scene that raises questions. Maybe that'd be a good topic on Movie Boy.
Like a scene that raises questions.
What's better, that or the Top Gun volleyball scene?
Mount Rushmore.
Top Gun volleyball scene is longer, so I'd go with that one.
Nice.
Okay.
But you can always play that on a loop with Carl Weathers and Sylvester.
And then you can use the Top Gun Maverick scene where they're playing football with two different footballs simultaneously and go back to back with that, and you'll be pretty set.
Set for what?
Just kicking back and relaxing.
Okay.
Taking the edge off.
Yeah, take the edge off. See what's doing. Healthcare Evolution, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. And Healthcare Evolution. Now Jackson's going out there.
I am.
Doug's going out there.
Oh, great.
How about this?
Have a little party.
I'm telling you, I went out there about 3 weeks ago, and it truly is a revolution in healthcare. If you are dealing with some kind of injury, some kind of cramp, and you're like, I got to go and see my primary care doctor, but I can't get in until mid-February, and then I know I'm just going to go to a specialist, and then that won't happen until the end of March, and then I'll finally maybe get some treatment options. No. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. healthcareevolution.com, and you could be seen within the next 24 hours. That is how the world can change. Logan Taylor is the owner. I know Logan, and I think he has a business that many of our listeners will be interested in because they immediately can help you out, and I mean immediately. And he has talked with some TMA listeners and has anecdotes of helping a gentleman by the name of Scott get back to lifting weights, Matt getting back to playing hockey, Nicole back to coaching cheerleading with her daughter, Freddie back to bow hunting, Dave back to work, golf, tennis, soccer, softball. What do you need to get back to? It's ultrasound guided precision placement with regenerative treatments right where your body needs them. So, how can Healthcare Evolution help you get back to living your life? Go to healthcare-evolution.com and get a free consultation, and it can change your world for the better immediately. No waiting. Healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is sponsored by Stifel for over 135 years now. Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all. Where success meets success, that's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Heat defeat the Kings last night, 130-117. Bam Adebayo with 25 points and 7 rebounds for the Heat. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
In vogue?
Yeah.
Hold on, 1990?
Oh, don't look at me. Gosh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Of course it is. You don't need to look.
Okay.
CMA 101 ESPN, Design Air sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Jackson, the Antlers got into a verbal altercation and invited to fight Stephen Drummond.
Oh, Jesus.
What's wrong?
Don't fight the players.
Well, Stephen Drummond is the deputy athletic director and chief marketing officer of the University of Georgia.
Even worse, don't fight the staff.
You go looking for someone in the crowd to pick a fight with?
It's a basketball game in January. It's going to be okay. The players can yell at you at the student section. You went on the road. You reserve the right to talk all the smack you want to the home fans. I strongly believe that.
Smurf was talking to the Antlers right after he got the basket and the foul.
And if Missouri was playing down, but I don't think it's between the hedges in basketball. But
I think there's some shrubs in the arena.
If they're in Athens and Missouri was to get that win, I'd love for all the players to, talk a little smack to the fans. That's what you do. So people getting bent out of shape about that.
The Antlers tweeted at him, I don't really know why you came up to us after the game and asked if we wanted to fight outside. I doubt UGA Athletics wants to pay for that skirmish. Besides, Stephen, fighting is never the answer. # choose love. That was the tweet to the deputy athletic director of the University of Georgia from the Antlers, Doug.
Huh. So they would, according to their story, they're sitting there quietly and this guy comes by and offers to fight them?
I'm just now hearing about this. I didn't even know that they're claiming that he started it. Would be surprising, but if that's what they're claiming, that's what they're claiming. Either way, let's just take our lickings and go home.
I sent you this at 8 a.m. Thanks for getting to it after 2 hours.
Back
That's
off,
from
Bub.
John Gruden's burner.
Back off, Bub. We'll get to it when we get to it. We've had a very, very busy dossier. And we don't know much about the
Joe
story
Buck
either.
is on hold, but hey, Joe, real quickly, we got a story between the Antlers fighting with the deputy athletic director of Georgia. So we're going to have to.
This guy wanted it to be the lead. We don't have video of it. We don't know anything about it.
It's a tweet at a guy who has a Twitter account that looks to be about as active as mine.
Back off, Bub.
I like that.
Okay.
Loser behavior from Mizzou. Typical. That's from Kwame Voyoukas IV.
One sect of fans does not represent the entire fan base, nor the university.
No. But we don't know what the truth is either. I mean, every arena in college has students who sit there and yell at the other team.
Yeah.
That's Mizzou's.
Right.
It's not to say that they were in the right or the wrong. We don't know.
If you can't handle being barked at, don't lose. Go Dogs. That's from Artificial Unintelligence.
I've always said, if you win, you reserve the right to talk. If you don't like it, win. That's how I always feel about it.
Listening to your show, you would never know that the Australian Open started. It's from the 314.
Doug, they're playing on clay. They play on clay down there,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that where they play clay?
I thought that was a French
it's
Open.
hard court, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, like
French is clay?
like at Francis Park.
Yeah, French Open.
They have
is
clay at Francis Park? Is that by design or
hard court?
Just kind of how it happened?
But now the hot dads all play pickleball on it.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Not for me.
The pickleball with hot dads.
Pickleball.
The hot dads are for you.
Well, I could be, twist my arm.
Oh.
Typical Mizzou fans. Wah, wah. That's some big tough.
All right, so this is going poorly.
It was just one guy with a tweet, and we don't really know what happened at the game, so maybe we shouldn't come out with
maybe
too strong a
reserve
take.
judgment.
The gentleman or lady who wanted us to talk about the Australian Open now, boy, I don't know how I can say this in 2026, has called us all gentlemen who are predisposed to sleeping with other gentlemen.
Zesties.
Just because we were kind of unaware that the Australian Open had begun? It's one of the majors, fellas. One of the majors.
Do you think the Blues and Tigers would try harder if they knew how much their losses disappointed Tim? That's from MD 2020.
Probably so.
Jackson looks hot today. No cap. That's from Illini Lance.
Thanks, Illini Lance. It's really nice.
What do you mean, no cap?
Cap would be meaning I'm lying, I'm fibbing.
No BS, bro.
Yeah, and so saying no cap would then be the opposite. I'm not lying. It's the same thing as saying I'm being honest with you, which kind of implies that every other time you're talking, you're
Jackson's going after QFTA right there. That's what he's doing.
Why would you say cap?
It's a slang.
I don't care for it.
I wouldn't figure you would.
All right. No cap.
No kizzy.
Okay.
Guys, I realize you do have an agenda for this show, but can we talk about the emerging Mexican food service opportunities exploding in the St. Louis County market? It's from the Worst Winds Whack. A lot of people want us to talk about this Hacienda Session Taco
Canyon
Cafe closure all this weekend.
Tacos are my favorite food.
We got to hope Taco Bell survives.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
I would think they would be. I don't think it's people all of a sudden saying we don't like Mexican food.
No, I don't believe so either.
You know, in the article about Hacienda closing, I read this in St. Louis Magazine last night. One of the owners, I think it's a brother-sister team, the son and daughter of the founder, Doug, was saying that one of the things that has impacted the business is younger generations are not drinking as much.
Yeah.
And so you have the highest margins in restaurants on booze.
Right.
And so that has played a role in it. So there you go. Is that accurate, Jackson? I mean, it's tough for you to compare because you only know your experience. It's not like you were 45 and now you're 27.
Yeah,
your peers don't drink. Well, you smoke that chronic, eh?
Oh,
snort that horse, eh?
A lot of people, opted for some alternatives to relax, imbibe.
But I'll explain that to my kids.
You can't. You think
they're
people
still
are just staying home more? They're on their phones, on their computer?
Maybe. I think that's probably part of it. But I also, I just think generally drinking a little less. But there's still plenty of people my age or younger who love getting after it.
But not at Hacienda.
At a Mexican restaurant, man, nothing better than some tacos and a margarita. Maybe a cold beer as well. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
So I would not consider myself in that category. But I drink responsibly.
Doug, Lockheed Trina on Hampton will pawn your hole.
Fire.
Yacht captain.
Tremendous.
Its sister restaurant, El Catrine, over off Morganford's even better.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good spot.
All right.
Hey, Tim, it's a direct correlation of the THC consumption everyone's doing. That's from the X in Espresso.
But like sports gambling, people were smoking weed before it became legalized, too. So,
Try.
So, I mean, yes, in part, yes, it certainly becomes more mainstream once it becomes legalized. But the idea that, it just popped up, I think, is misguided.
I am definitely drinking too much and doing those other things, and I'm 25. That's from Illini Lance. I wouldn't have thought Illini Lance was 25.
Good to have some younger listeners. I had a younger listener the other day. I was at Tam Ave Bar.
That's your spot, man.
Love
if you want to
spot.
see Jackson out in the wild, Doug, Tam Ave Bar, that's where he goes.
Love that spot, yeah.
Good job, Doug.
That sweater's just so darling, too. Younger list, probably maybe a year younger than me. So,
is that right?
Jackson, you're the voice of every morning for me. What a nice thing to say.
This guy's waxing his own car in front of us, Doug.
That's what the guy says.
He's waxing his own car.
That's what the guy says. Really nice. Shout out to that guy. I hope he's listening right now.
Okay. You really kind of bonded with this gentleman.
It's like when Barkley told the story of a guy in the steam room giving him a wristband. And he said, wait, whatever your name is out there, thanks for that wristband, man.
What was the wristband for?
Much to Shaq's chagrin. Well, the idea that he would be exchanging gifts with gentlemen in the steam room is what really got Shaquille O'Neal going.
Oh. You know, the text line can be a little pricklier than in-person interactions, Jackson. Have you ever had a negative in-person interaction? Anybody ever come up with the stones to say what they might say in a text?
I mean, they might
I don't think I have.
Yeah, they might have
And I got a 22-year start on this MFer.
They might have a joke that's kind of but never has someone come up to me like, hey, loser, woke bitch. You know? That's
God, if that's going to happen, let me be present.
It's never once happened, so I don't anticipate that, but maybe now that I said it, it will.
Well, if you don't like the show, you don't listen.
No. That's not the way it works.
Okay.
That would be outstanding if you're having a libation at Tam Ave this weekend and somebody comes up and says, hey, loser, woke bitch.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd respect it. Because at least you kept the same energy.
When I was working at Channel 4, I had a guy come up to me and start yelling at me because he didn't like Dan Rather. I thought maybe I had something to do with
you were involved.
what Dan Rather was doing with CBS Evening News.
And he would hold up a board and do little riddles. Or no, Tim Russert did the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Dan Rather would say things like,
if a frog had side pockets, he'd shoot. I don't know. He had all kinds of homespun little things.
And you told Dan Rather to do that?
No. Believe it or not, we weren't working at the same location.
Did you pass the message along?
I haven't seen him. Never met the man. No.
If I see Jackson in public, I am going to say, hey, loser, woke bitch. That's from Illini Lance. And he's, 25 or something, so you guys could cross paths.
Sure. Say what up. I just like hanging out, man.
Look at that. He's supposed to hang out. Mm-hmm. Come to trivia night, Jackson. I probably won't be rude. That's from Dem Hogs.
Okay.
If I ever see you in person, I will absolutely call you Piddles. That's Sharon and Clayton.
All right.
If you don't like the show, somehow you actually listen more, Doug. You buy a bag of digital tomorrows and get your lawn chair ready around 7:02 a.m. every day. You buy a bag of digital tomorrows. Is that a nomenclature I'm not familiar with?
That must be a mistyping situation.
It's from the Brothers' Time, Stephen Wing.
Stephen Wing.
Yeah,
that's got to be a typo. Digital tomorrows makes no sense.
Who would ever sit around and listen to 4 hours of a show they hated?
Yeah, it's an interesting psychosis.
I guess they can like the show and hate individuals on the show.
Yeah.
You taking a shot?
No, that's me.
Yeah, sure it is.
I get a lot of hate.
Jackson, who gets the most hate?
Tim.
Yeah. Who's second, though?
Hate where? On the text line?
If you were to compile everything.
I really don't know the answer to this question.
Yeah, it really might be a Bud tied for first situation with everyone else right behind you.
I don't know.
Because there's certain things.
I actually don't like, if I had to answer this, I was incentivized financially to really answer it, and I have to be right. Although, how do you determine what is right? I don't know.
Yeah. Because when Iggy was on the show, it was for sure Iggy. And then, but now, probably maybe Martin.
I think you were gently prodded. I think yours is a loving roast.
Right. Yeah.
I think there's a chance it's Martin.
Yeah. I think Martin might come in second. Doug Martin would be like in quick succession there.
Quick succession.
Okay.
Maybe Martin, just because he's not new, but new, and that part of it.
The new cat.
Yeah, the new cat. I like that. I like that. It's fun.
You're welcome to text in hatred 314-399-9646, or you can express it on the YouTube channel as well. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. James Carlton sponsors this program, and he has for 9 years now. And I've been a client of his for 7 years. He sponsored the Tim McKernan Show podcast going back at the very beginning. And Jackson, when's good to do one of those sods?
Whenever you want, man.
Yeah, but you got Movie Boy, and you got... All right.
Whenever's best for you, man.
All right, fair enough. So James Carlton is online at carltoninsurance.net. Jamie Rivers switched to him. Brandon Kiley switched to him. I switched to him 7 years ago. He is saving people money at a ridiculous rate right now. It is worth a phone call to Webster Groves because it could save you thousands of dollars. It stunned Jamie Rivers when he made the switch, how much money he was saving. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This one hit you where you live, huh?
Jodeci, 91, Forever My Lady. Wow. Wow.
Now, why is this one so special to you?
Do you hear it?
Doesn't it all take us back to Nerinx at the mixer?
I didn't go to any Nerinx mixers. It would have been kind of creepy if I had at age 40. What would they do if a 40-year-old guy went to a high school mixer
Call
like
the
that?
cops.
Yeah, I don't
And
think.
just started hitting on the girls.
Oh, Doug.
What would they do?
Call the cops. And what would you do?
Go to jail?
Yeah, I'm saying if you were like a supervisor, you're like, oh, who is that guy?
Yeah.
He doesn't work here. He's got a kid here. Okay. Call the cops.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on TMA 101 ESPN YouTube channel is TMA STL. Subscribe to it and enjoy the magic. Oh, this is something I was kind of thinking it could be the lead today, but I understand when you got the Blues playing and you got Missouri playing and you got the Billikens playing, it's understandable how it would fly under the radar. But we're getting to it now at 10:39. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. I have been confident from the moment that he did not get into baseball's Hall of Fame and going off on the very first ballot that Jim Edmonds would be in Cooperstown. And now I am operating at a 99% certainty that he will. And my reasoning is, Doug, Andrew Jones is going into baseball's Hall of Fame, and I think all that did was make it a damn near certainty that number 15 of your St. Louis Baseball Cardinals will someday be in the Hall of Fame, despite being voted off the ballot in just 1 year.
Well, I hope so. Very similar players, fantastic defensive center fielders, the best of their generations, and their offensive numbers are pretty similar. I don't know why Jones would go in and Edmonds wouldn't.
Yeah, and that was one of the core issue, and I realize there's a good chance that people may not remember what happened with Edmonds. Number one, he was on the ballot, and it was the same year as Griffey, so he had that, so therefore there were comparisons, and that's, there's different levels of Hall of Famers. And then secondly, it was the last year, I remember talking to Derek Gould, who's a Hall of Fame voter, that there were a number of guys who, that was their last year on the ballot, and so it was the perfect storm. Now, Jim has been on the show plenty of times. I recall, Jackson, you remember, I think it might have been Balloon Party where he came in and he was promoting a helmet company.
I wore a helmet right here.
You did indeed. Mm-hmm. And he says publicly that it doesn't bother him. And I remember texting him the day that, he was voted off the ballot. And he said, it's funny. My dad said it's always been this way. You were always just kind of on the outside looking in, and there's no better way to wrap up your baseball career officially than by being on the outside looking in after just one ballot. But with the Veterans Committee and a greater appreciation for defense, and perhaps, weirdly, for the position that may have the greatest athletes, I don't know, center field, shortstop, it depends on your perspective, that center fielders have been undervalued. It's now the opposite. It's a perfect storm of positivity for Edmonds. And I think with Jones getting in, because I don't think Edmonds could get in without Jones getting in. With Jones getting in, I think it is a matter of just a handful of years before Jim Edmonds goes into Baseball's Hall of Fame. What do you think, Doug?
I think that's true. I sure hope so, because, man, was he good. He was the best defensive center fielder I've ever seen. I don't know how you could play the position any better than he did. And he was just shy of 400 home runs, right?
Yeah.
Came up just short. Middle of the order hitter, played for a long time.
On some great teams.
Yeah.
Had signature postseason moments, both with the Game 6 home run and the Game 7 catch. Won a world championship, a bunch of divisions. I'm thrilled Jones got in, because now it's like, okay, Edmonds is going to get in. Now, another former Cardinal outfielder did get in, certainly not thought of as a Cardinal, but a key part of some great Cardinal teams, and that's Carlos Beltran. And I was very happy for him, because I think he got attached to something that I'm not too convinced deep down he was all that active in Houston.
One of only 4 players to get 2,700 hits, 400 homers, 1,500 runs, 300 steals. He's in company with Barry Bonds, Willie Mays, and Alex Rodriguez. That's pretty good company.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy. Got a lot of votes, too. 84% of the votes. Wasn't even close. So great to see him. When he was hot, playing the Cardinals when he was with Houston.
Oh, my God.
There was just no way to get him out.
They couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it wasn't just like he was going to get a hit. He was probably going to hit a home run every time he came up. That's what it seemed anyway.
It was unbelievable. So, therefore, and Jackson, you might have been too young to remember what that was like when he, in particular in 04, when he came over from Kansas City to join the Astros. 2006, it was like so fitting for the story that it was Beltran facing Wainwright with the pennant on the line because Beltran had tortured the Cardinals. All right, you're welcome to give your thoughts on the topic. Certainly a lot of people in the text inbox think Edmonds is going to get in and are very happy that they think that he now will get in. 314-399-9646. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. You know what that saying is? New year, new you. Well, how about new year, new home upgrade? If you've been thinking about replacing your windows or you've just had enough of those cold drafts sneaking into your house every winter, now's the perfect time to finally take care of it. Universal Windows Direct has a January offer that's all about starting strong and saving big. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of the biggest offers they've ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months, you can spread out your payments over 5 years, same as cash, without a penny of interest. But wait, it gets even better. You'll get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You'll go from winter chills to a warm getaway on them. Buy 4, get 4 free, 60 months interest-free, $1,000 off, and a warm vacation to look forward to as well. That's right. That's Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We're going to have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner announced here in a matter of moments. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. And Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, and I, at some point in the next 24 hours, whether it be today or tomorrow, we'll do the Tim McKernan Show podcast. You can email in questions, comments, preferably erotic stories, honestly, but we haven't gotten one, Doug, in more than a year.
No, it's been a while.
It is, it's a cold winter around here. And it's going to get colder. But you can email them in. TMcKernan at InsideSTL.com. Hate mail's welcome as well. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. That is the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Subscribe to that. Or it's just in the TMA podcast feed, their papers, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Hell, I don't know. It is. Doug, can you tell us about Collier and Thompson?
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's going to be so cold here the next few days and the weekend. You're going to probably be spending a lot of time at home. So why not make your home look just as great as you can make it? A lot of maybe the kitchen, the master bathroom, those type of areas get dated in a hurry. So head on out to Collier and Thompson. They're on Manchester in Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Look around at some of the displays they have. Get some ideas, and I think you'll really be excited about what you could do to your own home. This is a company that's been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. Maybe the most important thing is you can trust these people in your home. They're all bonded and insured and all that good stuff. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your house for long periods of time. Who's going to be there to back up the work? Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they're always going to be available for you. Don't have to do an entire redo if you're looking for your kitchen, maybe not in the budget. They do partial redos all the time. They've also got a paint department there that does fabulous work. Keep Collier and Thompson in mind next time you're looking to upgrade your house a little bit. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug, how about this?
What?
Positivity. It doesn't happen.
No, that's
but it
not
just
right.
happened. I've emailed this to Tim separately before, but I am a day one listener. Day one listener. I was 26 years old when the show started. Full head of hair. I was 6'4".
Yeah, you've shrunk quite a bit.
But I am a day one listener, and this is the best lineup the show has ever had, top to bottom. Anyone sending hate can suck it. That's from Tom Bernansky's Batwing. How about that?
Okay.
Very kind.
Rank your lineups. That's very kind. All right, we're going to announce the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner next here on TMA 101 ESPN. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Riz, Anthony Stalter, and myself are about to go do the Spread Zone, which is presented by FanDuel. And I really like a play. So you're going to have to turn. I really do, truly love a play this weekend coming up. And those boys did great this past weekend. I didn't do that great, but they did wonderfully. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues and Stars on Friday. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, welcome back. Here we go, Doug. Big moment.
Okay.
Only 8 Design-Ear heating and cooling emails of the day left in the month of January before Seth Goldcamp gives somebody a $10,000 HVAC system. Who got the win today, Jackson Burkett?
Another new winner, Alan Dadeville takes on the board.
Alan Dadeville is on the board.
Okay.
He's a guy who could win this thing. He's got the ability to win this thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be fun down this. It's going to be fun.
Good times. Frequent email.
He could do it.
He takes an at bat every day.
He's a guy who could do it. Congratulations to Alan Dadeville. He's on the board. BK and Ferrario are on the station here in a matter of moments. For Jackson, Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.